Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Monastery, the open bar of the internet, the world's greatest shit show, and the place where the good brothers and sisters of this holy of temples seek enlightenment through the drunkest, dumbest, and craziest ways possible, and present 5 hours of non-stop shitpost. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra. It is September 22nd. I'm so glad I don't have to hear that goddamn Earth, Wind, and Fire song anymore, at least for another year. And I have two of my good brothers with me. We have the Primarch of the Angry Marine Legion, good brother Routes,
Hello, everybody.
and we have the flamboyant flyer himself, good brother Flutter. How you guys doing tonight?
Pretty good. It's a nice, quiet night. Enjoy that.
It's been
Before a nightly thunderstorm, that is.
It's been an interesting weekend, and Hairball, Aaron's not MIA. He is.
Where's my liquor?
Oh, speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
And yes, Mr. Monopoly, I am aware of that. We will get to that later.
And by the way, fuck the Cowboys. We get boys, we get dick, Tony Romo commentary, George Aquino commentary, Skip Davis, Seattle S, six rings. They're gonna lose to the Bears in a few weeks. Keep pipe down. God damn it.
I think they got the Saints next week.
Nobody cares about your weird fantasies.
Well, like I said, I'm just glad AB's gone.
Yep. But
If I'm a little, by the way, folks, if I'm a little salty this week, it's because the windshield of my car is cracked, and I'm pissed.
So,
You know how I love my car.
windshield of my I love my truck. My windshield's been cracked for like 8 years. Who gives a shit? Oh wait, never mind. I'm a redneck that lives out in the Midwest, so
well,
it's suspicious. If my windshield isn't cracked, I'm obviously smuggling something.
Now putting that aside, and you managed to arrive just in relative time.
Yes, Ball, I have full coverage. I'm definitely getting it looked at tomorrow.
Couple things to note. I'm surprised that I have yet to see a official tabletop RPG based on Dark Souls. All that I've got is the fan made stuff so far. And spoiler warning, Dice Souls is not the only instance of this, and that kind of thing will return in the future. Just not next week. Next week I'm kind of covering Dungeon Slayers, a free RPG that originally came out in Germany. Because after all the heavy shit, I need something a little more beer and pretzels to cover. If everything goes as planned, Zeitgeist will happen on Wednesday. And of course, The Men Who Stare at Sports Ball is going to be on Tuesday. And Monopoly, you're making me very tempted to put up a giant sign that says "I know." But moving.
Oh, we'll get to it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to it, Monopoly.
Keep your pants on.
Yeah.
Routes, you're the exception. Just saying, all these years I've learned the importance of preempting people. But let's start off with the Kickstarter spotlight, and full disclosure, I did back this one. We have Era Forbidden, which has a world torn asunder by wars between angels and demons. And the developer outright admitted that his biggest inspiration when making this particular game was the Darksiders games.
Nice.
I can kind of see it with the presentation. This is being used on the same system that Era the Consortium does. I see Ramen in the chat going, "Stop encouraging routes." I don't need to do that. But let's see. They want players to focus on the game. Apparently, they're aiming for a smaller group, optimizing for 1 to 3 players and a GM. That's an interesting number to go with. Let's see. So we have a bit of the bullet points: fighting for what remains of humanity, binding souls to artifacts, a post-apocalyptic world, and defending those who can't defend themselves. Apparently,
Okay.
they're used. Okay, first good news. They're not using D20. They're using the same Era D10 rule set that the Consortium does.
Nice.
See, apparently as part of the setup, what few survivors are protected by forbidden, people who have bound themselves to an artifact of either angels or demons. Some of these remnants are weapons, others are equipment, but they all provide their own abilities. Interesting setup. Let's see. They did put up a preview of the character sheet, and again, they're using the Era D10 rule set. They've also put up, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos demonstrating how character creation, how some of the die rolls work. Interesting approach. But I'm not entirely sure about it being only 48 pages. That seems a little bit slim. I mean, you're building off of past work, but still. But I can see why this thing hasn't quite reached its funding yet. Mostly because of the fact that they needed to go more in depth as far as what the Era D10 system is. I mean, I know what it is, but that's only because of their past work.
Yeah.
So, if they end up meeting their goal, which is 1,000 pounds, they're currently at 915 pounds. If they end up meeting it, it's gonna be by skin of teeth because they've only got 6 days left.
Yeah.
Okay, let me. And they haven't.
Wait a minute, they got 6 days left.
Yep. Let's see. Next is one that we had kind of talked about a couple times in the past, but now we have the official part. And hello there, Homer. Welcome to the party. Slay Industries, or SLA Industries, is getting a second edition. And this is a game that's a bit of a fan favorite in the UK and certain other places. This game is coming to us from Glasgow. So they were asking for £10,000. They're currently
I'm surprised anybody there can even read, much less write.
They're asking for £10,000. They're currently at £45,619, and they've got 15 days left.
Good.
Now, the original SLA Industries came out in 1993, and is a mix of genres from horror to film noir to SF, with a fair amount of dystopia. It was in a lot of ways it was meant to be a kind of parody of other games that were already out.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it also brings up the fact that it's a example of splatterpunk, which is certainly true.
Right.
It looks
I'm not that familiar with it.
yeah, this one I remember reading about I did eventually get the chance to try it out, but I do remember a long time ago reading about it in some odd issues of White Dwarf. If it or a similar one, it's been quite a bit. The only thing that might be a bit of contention is that they're using a new D10 based rule system that built from the ground up. Because you know how people are when it comes to even the slightest bit of change between editions.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Even if
But here's a question. Is it really new? I mean, we've seen die 10 systems before, all the way back to, what was that called? Top Secret.
Yep.
I mean, they say, oh, it's rebuilt from the ground up. Well, if you rebuild a Pinto from the ground up, it's still a fucking Pinto.
Well,
I mean, what are we honestly looking at?
Yeah, really.
Mm-hmm.
well, just to cover my bases, let me try and
I mean, I know it sounds pretty shitty, but I mean, come on.
Mhm.
We've all seen it. Oh, we rebuilt from the ground up. Yeah, but all you did was basically redo Star Frontiers, or you redid this, or you redid that.
and
I mean,
I'm gonna as I should note that I recently reread Star Frontiers, and if there's any game that I think deserves some sort of hard reboot, it's that one.
oh
Because
yeah,
as much as I liked Star Frontiers back in the day, there's some of its styles have not aged.
no, no.
Plus, it
But one thing that gets me is they tried to reboot it with Die 20 Future, but like everything else that Wizards of the Coast handled at the time, if it wasn't Forgotten Realms, that they dropped the ball. Die 20 Future, I think, had like maybe 2 expansions to it at all, two support. And like Die 20 Modern had like 4 books, I think. And they were like, "Oh, we're not selling this, so let's not support it." And it's like, holy shit, could have redone everything, but these are the same people that tell you that modules don't make money.
Right.
then if that's the case, then explain the legend that is the enemy within.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, unsurprisingly, this new edition is being if I recall correctly. No, it's being handled by Nightfall, but they might have a publishing deal with Cubicle 7. But let me read off the TV tropes page when it comes to the game. SLA Industries, or rather Slay Industries, was published by Glaswagon studio Nightfall Games. It's set in the world of Progress, a horrific dystopia governed by corrupt corporate executives, the eponymous Slay Industries, under the control of Mr. Slayer, an immortal plutocrat with a grand plan.
Yeah, sounds like Google.
The game follows
So
the
Google, yeah.
exploits of the Slay operatives, highly trained corporate troubleshooters that the company uses from anything from quashing internal subversion to clearing mutant pigs out of the sewers. Their principal area of operation is the company's...
But are they trans?
God damn it.
You know what? I take it back. I take that back. It's 2K. Or take 2.
Either or.
Yeah.
Let's see. It goes in tone. It lies somewhere between paranoia and cult.
Sounds like Climate Strikers. So
And-
I can guarantee Slay Industries. When was this first published? By the way, I'm curious to know.
93.
Ooh, I guess the fun. I guess along with Mike Pondsmith is their fucking psychic, except for all the weird mutated monster shit.
I don't know.
What?
if
Yeah,
you
it's not a nice thing called trannies.
Do I give a fuck about? Do I give a fuck about what so-called non-binaries these think of themselves? They're fucking mutates.
And they did put out a I think something that definitely helped this game, and I think this should be an ironclad rule for any tabletop game that's looking to do crowdfunding. Put out a quick start version.
Yeah.
But I had asked on Twitter the other day about whether or not it would be a good or bad idea to do remember that whole thing that we did with Orun and Lex Arcana? I'm thinking about having special streams set aside
Orun?
to aka
What the fuck is an aura?
Yep. One of these days I will put that on a t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking about dedicating special streams to doing that again, because there's a few quick starts that we've covered in the past that I'd be open to trying this with. But as far as Slay Industries Second Edition, I'm going to need to do a bit more research on the die system it's using, because, well, here's the thing. Saying that you're going to be using a D10 based system tells me nothing.
Yeah.
Because to put things in perspective, Top Secret and Legend of the Five Rings use D10s. What do they have in common?
Mhm.
Nothing.
Nothing.
One's a... Or if I want to use an example that's a little more on point, I could bring up World of Darkness, and again, in all three cases, you're using the same kind of die, but not in the same ways.
Oh.
And before anyone goes, but Top Secret is a percentile thing. You're using 2d10s regardless. None of you have a 100-sided die, and if you try and use a 100-sided die, you deserve to get smacked.
I'm gonna move from my table because those things take 3 hours to fucking stop. Anybody with a die winner deserves punch in the balls.
Right.
So we're talking about when we're talking about a D100. Do you mean like a two D10 look at things, or just that weird 100-sided thing?
That golf ball with a meaty with it.
that.
Yeah, nobody don't
can't-
use that, people.
Yeah. If you're gonna use that, get a goddamn bowl, or get a popcorn bowl or something. Roll on there.
Pathfinder uses D20, which is today's example of no shit.
Pathfinder uses my balls.
So now once again, full disclosure, I did back this one. We've got another Swedish RPG because Free League is doing Free League things, and they did a bit of a madman move with promoting this. So they're doing a Kickstarter for an expansion called the Bitter Reach campaign, which is going to be going north. A lot of winter imagery for it, so obviously it's going to have my attention. It is using the same die system the same mechanics that Mutant Year Zero uses, known as the Year Zero engine. And a bit of a spoiler: the Alien RPG they're working on is going to be using the same system.
Ah.
But in order to help promote this thing got funded in 13 minutes.
Damn.
And they've hit their goal like 13 times over.
Yeah, they're asking for 100,000 kronens, They currently have 1.3 million, or $138,089, and
That's a
they're
lot
only
for
asking
that shit.
for a little over 10 grand.
Yeah.
They're gonna have one hell of a war chest putting this thing together.
Oh yeah.
So what? So one of the things that they did as a bit of a promotional thing, and I posted this in the tabletop channel on the Discord,
Mhm.
is the fact that they decided that they were going to make the original version of Forbidden Lands free for 24 hours.
All right.
And I already had the game, but I told everybody I could jump on that shit as soon as you can, because you're effectively getting a full a two full, two or three full books and a map for that would normally be about $25 for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Mhm.
going with a whole lot of winter themes, along with
Yeah,
the wake.
get your
Oh, go ahead.
get your Nordic death metal ready, kids.
Oh, please! This game. This game was made in Sweden. We're using doom metal.
Yeah.
Whichever.
Distinct difference depending on where you ask that thing. That's going to start a fight.
I understand that.
All right. And apparently, it's also for a second printing of the Forbidden Lands game box, which is completely sold out. Which is the second printing is going to have rules updates and clarifications, as well as some new art. So it looks like they intended this to be both an expansion and a jumping off point for people who weren't familiar with Forbidden Lands, which got four Ennies for production values, cartography, both of them gold Ennies, and a silver Ennie for best rules and product of the year, and was voted best RPG at the UK Game Expo.
Nice.
Very nice.
And let's see, they also have a segment solely for retailers. We got a nice little hex map, and I really hope as a stretch goal they have for this thing to have this map in cloth, because that is nice looking, and I wish we had a larger version.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see a lot of hex, which means it's time for the crawl.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, Routes. And looking at the map of this particular castle area. Okay, make your build the wall jokes right now. I know you got them in your system.
Oh boy. Make the bitter realm great again. Or the bitter reach great again.
Mm-hmm. But so far it's looking pretty good. I would like to see if they can get to 1.5 million in 9 days, but we'll see. But I'd say they pre-gamed appropriately on this. Free games are no slouch when it comes to doing crowd funds. This is their
they pre-gamed so hard they got back 13 times their asking amount. That's that's fucking good.
The fact that Mutant Year Zero recently got made into a video game, that certainly helped. And Free League has been a big damn deal in the Swedish RPG community for years.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And as we covered about a year ago, they recently did some expansion. So this will be one to keep an eye out on.
Oh yeah.
So next we have a entry from Indiegogo, which
yes.
which from what I'm seeing out of this, they may have gotten a little too ambitious. They're making a
Uh-oh.
SF action RPG. I think asking for 11K might have been asking a bit much. And
Yeah.
they're only at
Ooh.
523, and they've got 25 days left.
Ooh. I don't know.
But this might not
This
kill
coulda
them
worked if
because
they
because
pregame.
this thing is at 80% completion.
I don't know. This could have worked if they pre-gamed.
It could have, yeah.
But the idea of doing a post-human robot exploring, it's nice and all. The only real problem that I have is that they're not showing what's unique when it comes to a gameplay style. So
Yeah,
I
really.
like what I'm seeing visually, but I have to ask the question, how is it going to work when I'm actually picking up mouse and keyboard?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you're just showing some pictures, and it's like, what? How do you know we're not just playing like the next another iteration of Control?
I mean, yeah, we've got some shooty shit in here, but it looks a little Unreal level rough.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
that bad, but like I said, I think they needed a bit of time to cook, especially since I have a degree of caution whenever someone tries to do an action RPG and they're doing shooter elements, because then you end up playing very bad tug of war.
Okay. Here's where I think they fucked up. I just thought of the biggest sticking point that they fucked up. Now, if they say that it's 80% done, where's a playable demo?
Yeah.
If
No,
you're 80%
Mass
finished,
Builder and Dual Gear have playable demos, so
yeah,
that's a fair point.
you're
You
80%.
should, yeah, if you're that far into production,
Yeah,
there
give us
should
a
be a
demo.
demo.
No excuse. Oh my god.
That and the fact that they say that they want to release this on PC and console in a year.
That's a little too ambitious. They skipped a
Yeah.
lot of steps.
Mm-hmm.
Again, get a demo, then you can get a demo, get some traction, then you can talk console.
Right.
Would it surprise you at all if I point out that this is their first campaign?
No,
Would not surprise me at all. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
clearly.
Like I said, they need a pregame. They need a demo.
Moving past that. So this is one little thing that got brought up during TGS that made me smile. A virtual on triple pack, i.e., virtual on, Oratorio Tangram, and Mars, all coming to PS4.
Very nice.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned Virtual On because I sort of got back into that game when playing Yakuza Kiwami 2 about a month or so back.
And I have to correct myself. They're not putting in Mars. They're putting in Force, which I didn't get a chance to try out. And Tangram, in my opinion, is the best in the series. And apparently they do plan on putting in some kind of twin stick deal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it doesn't say whether or not it's coming stateside, but Sega, if you bring this stateside, I will throw all the money I need to at it.
Considering this is Sega and they've been expanding like hell in the last couple years, they probably will.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Especially since this is a port that one is coming is the release date that they have set here is November 22nd, and two, online play. So yeah, I'm all on this because I'd love to see some impromptu grudge matches out of this again.
Mhm.
Of course.
And hey, I see Doku in the chat. Get your ass in here.
Oh, you again? You know we got alcohol here. You don't have to hang around the damn chat.
The result, another thing that got teased at TGS was a game called Hino Maruko, which seems to be going with the idea of the U.S. and Soviets approaching to occupy Japan.
Oh. Oh, so this sort of an alternate history type deal.
Yeah,
Because
it looks like
because in this timeline, the Empire of Japan survives. But unfortunately now you got the American troops and the damn commies closing in. Watch. I bet you 10 to 1. Oh, there we go. Check the fucking comments here. Backing anime fashions into end the lives. Well, here we go with this shit again.
yeah, it looks like we're going the beat 'em up route when it comes to the game, and we'll probably have. And I will admit, I do like the I guess diesel punk aesthetic that we're going with here.
Oh yeah, definitely addict. Because of that, drink.
But we'll probably see some more footage down the line. It is being developed for PS4 and Switch. No release date has been announced. And Reset Air is already pissed, so I'll probably get it.
Oh yeah, fuck Reset Era. By the way, they showed up. Drink again. The alcohol's flowing, Doku, so this means you can get in here.
Yep. So next we have the fact that I'm gonna switch this over to dark mode, so it's easier on the eyes. Session has entered early access, which, as far as what that is, do you remember the skate games on the PS3?
Oh, Skate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Never played it, but I've heard of it a lot.
Session seems to be aiming to be a spiritual successor to it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the competitor to Tony Hawk.
Skate's it's actually a little unfair to compare them because Skate is significantly more grounded and a little more skill based than the more arcadey style that the Tony Hawk games have.
Yeah.
And also significantly less forgiving. But one of the things that it's doing with its control scheme is having each stick be assigned to a certain foot. So this is going to be one of those cases where I'd imagine that for a lot of people, the hard part is going to be unlearning some of the stuff that they may have learned before when it comes to the Tony Hawk games. And it looks like one of the things that they're aiming for is focusing on on the subculture of skating. So it'll be interesting to see how they pull this off.
I wonder if they'll have Tim Pool as an unlockable.
I seriously doubt it.
They should.
I think they're going to be more focused on actually getting this thing done versus getting some celeb in this thing, even an e-celeb.
Yeah, but still, hey, I would definitely throw money if I get to play as the Beanie one.
Let's see. Neo 2 is going to be entering open beta on November 1st through the 10th. They did an alpha a little while back, and I tried it out.
Okay.
I had a fair bit of fun. I do like the fact that they're actually doing full-on character creation instead of having you play as William, who, even though he was a real-life historical figure, he wasn't Irish. He didn't have They gave him an Irish accent in the game. He wasn't Irish. He was British.
Oh,
but
nationality botch.
That's just a tiny ass nitpick.
There you go. Hey, Stoku.
There can be only 5.
And you're just in time too, because I think we got.
Great in time for what?
It's because I'm about to play the music.
Oh boy.
You were waiting all week to do that, weren't you?
No, I was actually waiting for the last 10 minutes.
So, Kuju and Curve Digital are working on Narcos Rise of the Cartels for Steam, PS4, Switch, and Xbox One. It's supposed to be coming out later this year, and we'll get first on digital, and then a physical release. It is a strategy game based on the Netflix series, which I haven't seen. So you should, man. It's awesome.
It's really good. It's really fucking good. I normally don't like shows like that, but this one, well, also it's Netflix, which, in case anybody can't already guess if they're not aware, I fucking despise Netflix, but utilize their free trial just to watch Narcos. It's worth it.
That and Snowfall, even though Snowfall's not on Netflix, but Snowfall's actually another good one to check out.
But it is based on the rise and fall of El Patron's drug empire in 1980s Colombia, choosing either the DEA or the cartel, and is based on the first season loosely. I'm always kind of iffy about adapting an ongoing show into games, mostly because
it's not really ongoing. Actually, it's not really ongoing because there's like one arc of it that they've already. It's like a 3-season arc they've already completed. The arc that's going on right now is all in Mexico. They did 3 seasons. The first 2 centered around Pablo Escobar, and the third was the Cali cartel. So yeah, the show's still going, but it's sort of a spin-off of it.
Well, they could also do a DLC, or they could even repurpose it to be episodic. I mean, there's ways you can work around it.
I'm sure they got something like that in mind in the future.
But between this and Empire of Sin, I'm starting to notice a pattern when it comes to my strategy games coming in the next year.
Yeah, you remember that old strategy, that old budget title Gangland, which wasn't too shabby. Yeah, I think we're about to see some of that.
And looking at the gameplay footage of Narcos, yeah, I'm getting some Jagged Alliance vibes out of this.
Oh.
Honestly, when it comes to strategy games, there's only 3 things on my wish list. I want another Warhammer Total War series. I want them to at least do another remaster of Homeworld. If you haven't played that game, do it. It's awesome. And for fuck's sake, can you please just finally release Kingdom Under Fire 2 for the US? Like, I've been waiting fucking shit. I don't even know
I think
how long
that's
now.
coming out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't we mention
It
that?
is. They finally announced it after like 8 fucking years.
Yep. I think we covered that a while back.
Yeah, Blue Side, it took you guys long enough. I know you're a small studio, but damn.
Ugh.
Plus, the game's been out in like Korea and China for like 5.
But yeah, it's coming out, so
And I'm back.
As long as I get it, as long as I'm able to play it and I don't have to fucking use a VPN that I have to set up myself, I'll be happy.
Anyway, getting back to the matter at hand. They want to try and do a fast-paced turn-based strategy approach. We'll see how they end up pulling that off. I mean, I'm already getting kind of a vibe about what they're going to be doing. But we'll see.
Every time I hear... Sorry, go ahead, Noder.
It's one of those cases of it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
well,
Next,
I hope it does.
we have the proper lineup for the Neo Geo Arcade Stick Pro.
Ooh, wait a minute, hold on.
So you know how Capcom did that Pro Stick that we lambasted for looking really stupid. SNK looked
they
at
went
that
the other way.
and said, "Hold my beer." With a controller inspired by the Neo Geo CD, some side panel ports for both joystick mode and console mode. And we have
Well,
and we also have
I guess-
we also have a few of the games that are going to be on the thing. Let's see, we have
well,
King of Fighters 95, 97, 98, 99, 2000, and 2002. So I'd say that covers most of the Orochi saga. Fatal Fury Special, Fatal Fury 3, which means I'll have to deal with that goddamn grapple counter. Fuck you, geese. Oh, don't laugh. You're gonna be yelling as much as I did.
Everybody is.
Garo Mark of the Wolves, very nice. Samurai Showdown 2 through 5, also very nice. Art of Fighting.
they should have thrown.
Oh god.
should've thrown in-
I dread anybody who dives into Art of Fighting thinking that they're going to have a
Oh.
nice, easy time.
Nope. Art of Fighting is hell. Disguised as a fighting game.
That's not to say it's a bad game. It's just... Imagine SNK Boss Syndrome on every stage.
Yeah.
It'll make you appreciate masochism.
Well, they didn't. Well, look at it this way. No Art of Fighting too.
Don't even get me started on that. I still... Art of Fighting 2 broke me.
Let me guess. You made it to Geese and he kicked your ass.
I didn't even see... No. I got my ass kicked by... If I recall correctly, I got my ass kicked by Keiji.
Oh. You mean Eiji,
Yeah.
the ninja?
Yep.
Yep, he's a bitch.
Okay, World Heroes 2 and World Heroes 2 Jet. Not
Yeah,
familiar with that.
aka Street. It's basically the reskin of Street Fighter for that one, the World Hero series.
And World Heroes Perfect. Ninja Masters, that's an SNK entry that I haven't played. The Last Blade 2, good stuff. And Kazuna Encounter, which I haven't played. Not
What?
a
No
bad
baseball
spread.
stars?
Not a
No
bad
baseball
spread,
stars?
but
No Magician Lord?
the only problem that I have with this one is instead of focusing on just fighting games, would it have killed you to put in some of the other stuff in your library?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
I
like
don't
I
know.
said, put in fucking Magician Lord or fucking or
Metal
goddamn
Slug.
yeah, Metal Slug. Shit. What other game that's really good that's not fighting it? Baseball Stars.
Mhm.
If you ever play Baseball Stars Professional on the new, it's a fucking good baseball game.
And hey, you can probably get a better home run average than the Orioles.
or manage the team a lot better than the goddamn Cubs. By the way, Joe Mann's going to end up getting fired. Thank God.
Let's see. Next, we have the fact that Mistover is going gold.
All right, looks like we're getting it pretty soon.
Yep. And I can much like I talked about beforehand when we first covered this, I said that I very much appreciate its art style. It very much, it's like a cross between a Nipponichi game and Darkest Dungeon. And apparently it's going to be shown off at TwitchCon. I'm not going.
TwitchCon.
I could see a few people making comparisons to a roguelike.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I've been muted this entire fucking time.
Oh, Dale!
Just
I was
fucking
wondering where you
kill
were.
me.
Same for display!
Yep. Kick him from the server.
Let's see.
No, you're not V.
Next we have Terminator Resistance, i.e. Terminator going FPS.
Okay, this isn't the first Terminator FPS they've had, and I'm actually going to stick up for Terminator: Rise of the Machines. I think that's what it was. It was for the Xbox. Was an FPS. Well, actually, it wasn't an FPS. It was a third-person shooter with FPS in it here and there. But I got it for free because reasons, and I played it, and it was actually really fucking good. I mean, it started with the pullout from Detroit and ended with John Connor going back in time. It was a really good game that got, ignored because everybody knows that video game tie-ins are usually complete shit.
Yeah,
But this one was actually
garbage.
good.
Mm-hmm.
This one was actually fucking good. And so maybe they can make a good Terminator game because it's not that hard and the plot's not that difficult. Stop the Terminator from shooting somebody in the face. I mean, but if they set it after, the Rise of the Machines, during the Salvation period, at the beginning of the war, it could still be really good. It's
That
just
seems to be what they're
everybody
going with.
But you can't make social commentary besides nuclear war is bad and maybe we shouldn't go back in time and fuck with shit. If you try to add any more social commentary than that, you should probably be kicked in the junk with an iron boot.
Good.
Well, if you're
Yeah, rightly so.
the only thing I can say is play it to make the Ellison estate salty.
Yeah.
Like I love
of which, some idiot made it-
Harlan Ellison, but much like John Wick, he's an asshole, and I think he outright admits it. But this is being developed by Reef Entertainment. This is being published by Reef Entertainment and developed by Trayon, or Tayon, however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Apparently, you're playing as Jacob Rivers, a soldier in the Pacific Division of the Resistance.
It's on the West Coast.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's taking place 30 years after Judgment Day in Los Angeles, what they described as a post-apocalyptic Los Angeles. So, in other words, not too far off from modern-day Los Angeles.
Oh yeah.
So it's Los Angeles, only somebody cleaned it. Because, yeah, that place is fucking terrible.
Yeah, by the way, I left something on the council. Apparently, we got hose mad over Tim Allen.
What did Boss Tim do now?
All right, let's.
He showed up to the Emmys.
Oh, that's it.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that's not spicy enough. The only thing that the only thing that I'm being kind of cautious about on this is this part of leveling up skills. That sounds like they're trying to do the RPG elements thing, which might not. Which,
boom or bust.
If this ends up going that kind of Ubi box shit, don't. I think this is one of those things where a significant amount of linearity is going to be more appropriate. But
yeah, really.
But it's a bullet point, and things can change in development. So, fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's boom or bust depending on how they carry it. If it's a throw it in deal, good luck.
Yep. So, in the least bit of surprising news, the next Total War entry we're getting is going to be taking place in Troy.
Oh, in that case,
Troy Total War. Well, you got to remember they found like 9 cities, one on top of another, where Troy was.
Well, I wonder how they're. The only thing I'm wondering is how they're gonna portray the whole Trojan horse deal.
Apparently, they are trying to go for a more historical approach rather than a fantasy approach. Like the fact that we have the Minotaur is a guy in a big ass guy in a big ass bull mask.
Well, that's no fun.
That's no fun, but I see this as a kind of compromise because they had kind of gone the fantastical route with the last 2 Total War games, being 3 Kingdoms and Warhammer 2. We don't talk about Thrones of Britannia.
I'm sorry, I've never played that game before.
But hey, I'm just looking forward to this game for only one reason. I want someone to make a mod of the Trojan horse, but instead of it being the Trojan horse, the bunny from Holy Grail.
I want it to be a fleshlight. I don't know why. It would just be funny.
If there's any solace in this is going to give them a perfect excuse to downplay cavalry. Because in this particular era, as far as I know, cavalry wasn't quite as much of a thing. A lot of warfare in this kind of antiquity was that. And as you can see on the screen now, this is what I meant when I said that the Minotaur is effectively the equivalent of a berserker, which I don't have too much of a problem with. And of course, things may change as it develops. The only real issue that I'm having is that they're still using the Warscape engine. They very much need an overhaul.
Yep.
But at the very least with this, because of the fact that siege battles weren't as much of a thing, we won't have to deal with shitty siege battles because they've been siege battles have been kind of dialing back in quality after a while. And Flutter, why are you still muted?
Let's
see. Next we have Disco Elysium, which launches next month.
Okay. Let's see.
Where we have a detective in the town of Revachol.
Revachol?
Yep.
I'll be back. I'm gonna run out and have a cigarette.
So we're doing the old school isometric style with this. It looks like.
Oh yeah, it looks pretty good. Of course, where's the fuck? If they call it Disco Elysium, where's the disco music?
Well, obviously, I can't play the music during the stream.
It looks all right.
It certainly is an interesting skill approach, and having that kind of setup with the archetypes. But I'm trying. The only thing I'm trying to get at is it feels like it's trying to have a bit of a 70s aesthetic, but not quite. I'm not entirely sure what kind of style it's going for with this.
I don't know. It doesn't look like my cup of tea, to be honest.
I could
Yeah,
see
it
I could
looks a
see
little
myself
bit.
I could see myself streaming this, honestly. Especially if it has that level of freedom. And I'm always on board for a isometric RPG. Next, we have the fact that the Medieval remake has finally gone gold. It's coming out October 25th. So, that'll be the time when we'll see a lot of people ask and answering the question, why does he have no mouth? And then getting slapped in the mouth
And he
saying,
must scream. There's
Because-
Flutter. Here's Cat.
was it technical problems or was the cat too loud?
No, actually nephew was in the room.
Ah.
Oh.
We also ended up getting a, and this is the last bit of news, we ended up getting a bit of a gameplay trailer for Brigadine, the Legend of Runersha, which we had covered a little bit ago. And I can safely say I enjoy its art style. Let's see, 30. The art style reminds me of old school Tactics Ogre, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh,
Nope.
Tactics Ogre, one of the most underrated games that's come out in that era.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I'll go further to say the entitled Ogre Battle series is criminally underrated.
And it looks like we're going with a hex-based approach instead of the old squares. But it does seem that they're trying to do an instance of mixing grand strategy with turn-based approaches, which I'm perfectly fine with.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I can think of some folk who are going to be excited about the idea of having a lot of monster controlled units.
Oh yeah.
I like what I'm seeing as far as the presentation goes, but I need to see more. And hopefully that's going to be the case, because it is scheduled to come out sometime in the spring of next year, but that's all I know at this time.
Yeah.
Oh, and Homer saying the vanilla Brigandine was hex based too. I did not play Brigandines, so that's news to me. But now, with all that out of the way, it is time for the real shit.
Oh yes.
Good shades, play us in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bar is open. It's time for Mildred the Monk's Geek of the Week.
So, First things first. We have this new peripheral that Razer is developing, and look at the
What the hell is
design
this
here,
shit?
and tell me if this doesn't look a little bit
What?
familiar.
What the hell is this shit?
Well,
Nintendo, I think you have a case for a lawsuit.
yeah. Especially considering the controllers are held by magnets.
Now, having unfortunately, this is not. I don't think this is going to. I don't think this is going to cause a lawsuit because as much of an eyebrow raiser as this is, it is still different enough that a judge would throw
True.
out the case.
Right.
Yeah, but still, it looks like a cheap Chinese knockoff.
It does.
Well, apparently the thing is it's another one of those cases, much like the Nvidia Shield, of trying to do a controller for mobile games.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And Razer does have a good track record with their peripherals, but this ain't it. And the figure 1B on the thing, I'm sorry, but that looks way too damn skinny.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, how about there's going to be a lot of breakage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, definitely.
But we'll.
No,
Oh, go ahead.
best of luck with that one, Razor.
I don't think there's going to be as much of a mark. I have yet to see anybody carry around a shield or its equivalent, and I think the same thing is going to apply with this.
Right.
Is you don't really need. The only reason you would want to have a controller for any sort of Android game is if it was made with consoles in mind, and in that case, you can just get a console version out.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. So next, F in the chat, folk. Discord is killing
time to
off
play the
their
music.
Nitro games library.
Mm-hmm. That's the chat.
It's after midnight and my show's a night light and I'm canceled. The movies are cheap and put viewers to sleep, so I'm canceled.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
What did
So,
I miss?
so
Anything important?
we're currently on the whole fact that Discord is dropping their Nitro games library, and this was a case of who could have seen this coming. Fuck, I'm pretty sure Stevie
Yeah,
Wonder could have seen this coming.
I don't even know what that was.
Ellen Keller saw that one coming. Yeah, it was like dropped in for some coffee and just shipped out.
Mm-hmm.
Discord tried to set up their own game store with their Nitro subscription service, and
That turned out.
they decided to drop the thing because they weren't getting enough people on it.
Right.
Yeah, but still, it's
I didn't
working
even know it
with-
existed. Did it have any good games?
Nope.
Not
Of
it
course.
had plenty of good games, but the thing is, a lot of the games that were on it you could get for just as much money on say Humble Bundle or GOG or anywhere else. Like some of the names that they bring up here are Torchlight 2, good. Soma, good. Inside, never played. Shadow Tactics, good but fucking hard. Phrasing, and a bunch of others. It's like,
Yeah, and due to dropping the library is going to free up their own resources so they can continue to improve the program itself.
which is what their money should be on to begin with.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, yeah, it was in and out, but still, I had Svengoolie play him out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there was no real market for this. Nobody was going to go to Discord for game purchases.
No.
Discord is and always
Come
will
on.
be a chatting platform. That's not changing.
Yeah.
It will always be a porn platform.
Yeah, and a place to play gay ops.
Well, there's that too, but that was the thing on Skype in the past, so nothing new there.
Well,
Right.
let's just call it what it is. Discord's always going to perpetually be a shit show because it's the internet.
Yes,
Those are the territory.
internet is for porn, and all these fucking normies need to get the fuck out.
Now, this next one isn't entirely a geek, but I'm including it simply because of the fact of. Now, Routes, you weren't here for this, but there is a bit of a thing that we have in the monastery. You already
Okay.
know the adage of "get woke, go broke."
Oh yeah.
Well, we have we have something for the inverse of that.
Yeah,
We call
it's
it
sort of a work in
no
progress.
NPC, get USD.
Yeah.
So let's
Or-
talk about Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Namely,
Or-
the fact
or
that the
better
boycott backfired.
Yet,
yeah.
Better yet, I have a better one. Make hoes mad, get that bag.
You know, I have never understood the whole Chick-fil-A thing anyway. It's not like the business itself donated the money. One dude did, who I guess like the owner donated like $1,000 fucking dollars or some shit. But you don't see these people fucking flipping out at Google over fucking, donating their life savings to Bernie and, the most unlikable lizard person they could have fielded for the election.
You know what
Right.
it is? I'll tell you what it is. It's supported by religion. It's supported by religious folk, and you know how the woke brigade hate religious folk. Anything that's an affront to their intersectionality religion, it's basically heretical.
Well,
Yeah,
let's be
I'm gonna
honest.
be honest.
If
It's
you're a
heresy.
business that's closed on Sundays, you're gonna get the progressive woke crowd coming after your
Yeah,
ass, whether
it's
you donate
heresy.
money to something or
Yeah.
not.
It's heresy to these idiots.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're all for the religion of peace, but they hate Christianity. They've been vocal about it for the past 2 fucking decades.
The only reason they love the religion of peace is because it's not a Western thing. The majority of those assholes don't even understand that they'd be either thrown off a fucking roof or have their heads chopped off.
They don't give a
Well, they
fuck.
think that's the real fake news.
Yeah,
Well,
but more.
let's be
Oh,
honest.
let's not
getting-
forget,
People don't live in
they weren't
reality.
throwing them off the roof. They were trying to stop them when they were suicidal. They were helping them.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
getting more on point.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
yes, the protest was in Toronto. That much
Oh,
is
yeah,
true.
I remember
That much
that one.
is true. That much is true.
Oh, the land of maple syrup, retards, and snowbacks. Who gives a shit?
Yeah,
They go
but
fuck off in their igloos.
But
hey, it's not all bad there, Ralt.
Apparently, according to the article, they have more than doubled their annual sales to the point where they are now the third largest chain in the nation.
Wow.
Because they had
Now,
about
here's the
a 16 points. It says that they had a 16.7 increase in sales from the year prior.
Yeah.
Well,
Now, here's
also,
the thing
according to a survey, they overtook In-N-Out Burger a few months ago as being the most popular fast food chain in the U.S. So
Damn.
they're doing something right.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. But anyway, you know what's funny? At least in that stupid protest over in Toronto, I just love that at least a hero rose amidst that one. The guy, you know who it is. The guy that with the cool looking sunglasses. He just goes up to this perpetually outraged beard over there, and he just goes, "It's chicken sandwiches." And he repeats that over and over.
That was funny. I remember seeing that clip. That was
Although-
fucking hilarious.
I often have to ask this question: if a coward eats chicken, is that cannibalism?
Drink for savagery.
Yeah, that's a drink. Oh, by the way, something that also, if this video wasn't circulating, it didn't went viral, but there was someone who said, my friend's part of the LGBT community, and Chick-fil-A hired him. Crickets.
Yeah.
Crickets. They don't discriminate during their hiring process.
Well,
they just want them to bend the knee.
Well, looks like their NPC programming ran to a fault.
Error 404.
Yep. And now it is time for me to yell at Twitch for their bullshit standards.
Oh, yeah, this.
Yeah.
So the first thing we have is Kyuko, who's apparently going to be heading to TwitchCon, who got banned for a Chun-Li cosplay, and I want to read off the reason for the. I want to read the reason for the ban. Sharing or engaging in sexually suggestive content or activities.
The hell? Bullshit!
What?
She was just wearing a cos.
What? They're pissed off that she didn't have her tits hanging out?
Now,
Yeah.
Was she not
motherfuckers.
twerking enough?
I've seen some people argue that this wasn't for the Chun-Li costume, but the fact that she cosplayed as Mai a while back. But if that's the case, why bring it up now?
Yeah.
Because she's probably telling those thirsty assholes that run Twitch to fuck off. It's like, I ain't giving you my number. I ain't gonna blow you.
And actually, she
Exactly.
outright admits right here, the only VOD deleted was the Chun-Li one. She as a precautionary measure deleted the other cosplays that were worse, saying if that's not safe, I don't know what the other ones are.
Newsflash, Kuko. Mixer is your friend. Well, sort of, but he won't fucking ban you from cosplay. At least as far as I know.
And
Jesus Christ.
and look, from what I've seen of Kyuko's streams, she's not exactly the style that I end up focusing on. But I'm bringing this up and the next ones in order to illustrate a point.
Yeah.
Because then we had the fact that Bees on My Head got temporarily banned for getting shot at and carjacked.
Drink.
Of course he did.
Yeah, drink.
You're getting suspended just because someone tried to jack you?
Let me guess, exposing people on Twitch to crime and violence.
Oh God, really?
The ban was apparently indefinite, but was later lifted. And let's see if we can find out exactly why he ended up getting the ban. It says reason: due to an on-stream emergency, your content was taken down to protect your privacy. Suspension length indefinite.
What? Bullshit.
Yeah,
That's an
bullshit.
expedite.
And Monopoly, no, you did not miss that rant. We haven't gotten to that yet. Again, keep your damn pants on.
Yeah.
But I get the feeling that this ban would not have been rescinded if people did not raise a stink.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Now, it goes on to say, as pointed out by some of his followers, deleting the video was actually an act of attempting to erase evidence, and suspending his account so people couldn't access the video could likely have obstructed any potential police investigations.
So now Twitch is now what? Is Twitch now trying to hinder police investigations? That video could have helped identify the bastard who jacked him. But I don't know why would they do that? What? What, do they know this fucking carjacker or something, huh?
I don't think they do.
I-
I think it's a case of Twitch being ridiculously knee jerk over what happened, because they. I think what ended up happening is that once people found out that the inmates were running the asylum regarding artifact streamers, they got ridiculously twitchy. Monopoly, we're trying to keep talk on the Area 51 raid to a minimum because it was a whole nothing burger.
Yeah, pay attention to the title of the stream.
Yep.
No Naruto running.
But then we ended up getting a third little instance, and because of this, because we have 1, 2, 3 in a row, you know what that means, Aaron?
Yep,
Tadpole!
Congratulations, Twitch, you managed to compete with yourself for the tank.
Yep.
Yep.
So, an art streamer named Sorroway was given a 3-day Twitch ban for lewd drawings.
Oh, hypocrisy! Thy name is Twitch.
And look,
Yeah.
if you want to claim that you're trying to be more family friendly, Twitch, it's a little late for that. And for the
Yeah,
record, this is Sorroway's Twitter, so you can see what their artwork looks like. It's like, so this artwork is not allowed, but you're able to have people doing full nude body painting.
Full nude body painting. You have drunken thoughts. Abusing their fucking pets.
God
Really?
bless the thoughts.
And trying to be cute with people trying to be cute with the accidental nip slips. Except
Yeah.
and I do want to point this out. Sorroway is from what I'm aware of is from France.
Ah.
But apparently the
God.
ban was for sharing suggestive sexual content. This is one of those cases, much like the impact factor in Australian ratings, that is way too vague for their own good.
Yeah.
Never mind the fact
And not only that-
that you couldn't you just as easily put in a warning saying this stream is for mature audiences only.
Yeah, they don't even manage to do that. And let me talk about this for a moment here, because this is actually the latest in this whole pearl clutching movement, because everyone getting pissy pants over lewd drawings. Okay, I've been seeing artists. They're doing drawings from guys like There's certain guys on that do that. Especially one of them happens to be Pablo Romero. He's done some good shit, and he has done some lewd drawings. But now all of a sudden, you got all these freaking pro clutchers wanting to put a kibosh on that. Because let me tell you this, it falls under two things. If there's big titties in there, they're saying, the sizes are not realistic. But if there's someone that's flat as a board,
have you ever noticed every single one of these quote unquote women who claim that the sizes are unrealistic look like 2 fried eggs nailed to a potato?
They look, no, I would say more like Jabba the freaking Hutt birthed them.
Well, the current
Jabba the Hutt had tits.
Yeah, the current meme is to attack J. Scott Campbell by saying "Where are her organs," which he has struck back on. But Sorroway was frustrated for Twitch banning her for suggestive illustrations, while IRL streamers are squatting in front of their webcam and show their ass while writing on the white panel behind them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting real sick and tired of this kind of shit. It's just like I said, I've been seeing this lately now. Everyone's like saying, "Oh no, there's too much porn on the internet. Let's restrict it." You ain't gonna get rid of porn there, bud. Deal with
No.
it.
Prostitution is the oldest profession.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And as far as and I'm going through that person's feed right now just to get a feel for their art, and really this is what's being considered suggestive. This is
That's
tame.
fucking tame. Very tame. Well, that's clown world logic for you, man. Fucking clown world logic.
Yep. It's been a while since we heard the horn.
Yep. And this was apropos.
But now for some stupid shit. So,
Ah, yes.
what goes clop clop bang bang clop clop?
Uh,
A furry in a stable.
An Amish drive-by. Or in this case, we have two Amish men escaping police after being pulled over for drinking and driving their horse and buggy.
But did they get away?
Drake. Really?
They were carrying a 12-pack of Michelob Ultra, which, first off, you're drinking Michelob? Shameful display, man.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
A shameful display!
And two, how can you have drinking and driving if you're riding a horse? Now, if the horse is drunk, I understand, but
Those laws actually date back to the 1800s.
yeah, but
That are still on the books in a lot of states.
It goes, well, let me just read this opening sentence. Picture this. Two Amish men drinking alcoholic beverages while operating a horse and buggy carrying a 12-pack of Michelob Ultra and outfitted with a giant stereo system. Can you just imagine somebody doing a horse and buggy in say Northside Chicago while having the dumbest looking ghetto blaster?
well, if you can train the horse to do that, you can turn that horse and buggy into a damn lowrider.
Oh my god, please tell me they were playing NWA. Like old school 90s NWA.
Or they're playing "Fuck the Police."
That shit would be hilarious. I would pay money to see that.
No, let me. Well, there's apparently. And unfortunately, we don't have video of that specific thing. Just a generic clip. Oh god, I see
the horse, the buggy,
I see the speakers now, and holy shit, it's even worse.
This is one of the most hilarious things I've seen and or heard of in quite a long time.
And Leos is saying that they should have been playing Amish Paradise.
No shit.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like,
Oh wow, that's funny. That's fucking great.
yeah, they were probably paying Amish Paradise and that shit.
I would say someone buy these two guys a beer, but I think they're good.
Yeah, I think they got plenty. Even though if Michelob is considered piss water.
Apparently, what ended up happening is the two men involved in this, they ended up bolting, and nobody's been able to find them.
What's up, bitches?
Hey,
Wait, so they just leave
Well,
the
let's
horse and
see.
buggy?
No cell phone to track. Snitches get leeches, and I don't know what else.
Come on, it's Amish country. Of course, there's not going to be tech. You won't be able to track some of them. The cops there are at a major disadvantage. Just let them go.
just let them go and let's have some laughs. Shades, Maddie, you were
take
just
the
in
L.
time for us to
Yeah.
cover the drink and run with a stereo system on a horse and buggy.
See if
Just restarting Discord works.
Hi. You want to? There you go.
Yep.
Also,
I think you can hear
where's
us.
my liquor? By the way, boys, I don't know if you've covered this yet. AAB, second.
Oh yeah,
wait.
we
We're getting there.
we're getting there. I feel
Boys,
like-
I'll tell you this. I can't stick around to the main event, but goddamn, I'm sticking around to laugh at Antonio goddamn Brown.
We're a few stories away from that. Don't worry.
Good.
By the way, Maddie, thank you for being the voice of reason when it came to the meme earlier today, because yeah, that was intended to be a sequel meme. It's like
I knew it.
I knew your running gag about stealing your books.
Yeah, we
I
both
set
did.
that
It was
up.
a little easy.
I set that up months ago, so it wouldn't be right for me to just leave it hanging.
Aha.
But
Okay, I see where we are now.
so next we have something a bit interesting coming from the French court. A district court in Paris has ruled in favor of a consumer rights organization known as... You know what? So that I don't fuck this up, Maddie, you take this one. It's in the council.
Okay, so l'Union fédérale des consommateurs. Basically, you're the French version of the consumer protection, essentially.
Yep.
Like, well, I don't know what you have in the States as far as consumer protection.
None.
What's the Fed?
You know what? I could actually translate that perfectly. It's just basically the union, the Federal Union of Consumers.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But let's be honest. Nobody wants to hear me try and attempt bad French.
Yes,
Me neither.
Yeah, the closest we got is like the Better Business Bureau and the FTC.
But they challenged Valve on court regarding the option to resell. The court charged that, that's according to GamesIndustry.biz. They're reporting that the court not only charged Valve with making their software unusable and just had to check something to resell through Steam, but also charged that Valve's lack of reimbursement for wallet funds when a user leaves a platform is a violation of EU standards, along with certain other rights related to mods, user-submitted content, and account subscriptions and termination. Valve disagreed, as they would, and they have 3 months to appeal the verdict. And in all likelihood, they're in the process of doing so as we speak. And this is not the first time that they've been challenged on the resale thing. This happened back in 2013 with the VZVB Consumer Rights Organization in Germany. But they ended up losing that case. There was also the ACCC who took them to court in 2014. That was the thing that enabled the 2-hour refund rule.
Move your chair over.
Yeah.
Now, this is something that this could be a bit of a problem here. Now, on paper, reselling is a good thing, but considering this is digital download we're talking about, there's going to be like 15 great shades of gray areas with this one.
Yeah, I can already sense it. Like I think you and I are on the same page here, Aaron. I can already sense a gray market around these kind of resellers popping up all over the place, and it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I really don't blame Steam appealing this, because this can turn into if this shit stands, it's gonna turn into fucking pandemonium.
Now,
And they got enough problems dealing with with those jagoffs over at Epic Games.
Now, when it comes to refunds, I always had some questionable issues with the whole 2-hour rule.
No, you're
But at the very least, Valve does not have a hard attitude about it because they outright state if it's more than 2 hours, you can send a request anyways, and we'll take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well, there's a few companies that their launcher that runs in the background counts.
yeah,
And I find, and Assassin's Creed had it so the launcher counted and Assassin's Creed itself counted so that you were getting double time.
Yeah, it's
And
very
then-
shady.
Yeah, it's real that they came up with ways to beat that 2 hour limit within a week. So that's why Valve had to go to individual mandate because you buy the game, you download it, you fire it up, and then say, okay, I don't have time to close the game, and the launcher is terminating the state residence process that isn't showing up on the taskbar.
Yeah.
Right.
Very, yeah. Ubisoft. If Ubisoft's doing it, well, of course, most AAA, they're looking for sneaky ass ways. Try to.
Yeah, it's why companies. It's why Ubisoft did that. Like they have their games launcher and a couple others do the same damn thing to get around that system. It's freaking ridiculous.
That's why I hate fucking AAA companies for the most part.
Amen to that.
But
Well, I will say that if they allow resale of a game, no matter how long you've played on it, to anybody you want, it's going to kill the big AAA studios for sure. Because that means I can get rid of my Mass Effect series, even though I've got 30, 40 hours in each game, and sell it on to somebody who's never played it, and I can sell it for how much I want.
Right.
Yeah.
Which who wants to trade the Mass Effect trilogy for say shit, I don't know. It's a game that I give a fuck about anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know. Big titty Asian drawing 2D girls. I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, it'll really fuck up AAA studios and actually give them a kick in the ass to make sure they actually put some effort into their games for once. But like I said, I think it might fuck up Steam in the end because again, it's gonna turn the resale market into a fucking pandemonium. And the sad part is, it won't affect GOG. It definitely won't affect Epic.
No.
yeah.
That's the fucked up part about that.
But moving on.
If it affects one, it should affect all of it.
But moving on from that to more what the fuckery. So
Oh, God,
this particular story comes to us thanks to Hairball. A fire hit a bull artificial insemination facility, and firefighters were forced to dodge projectiles.
You had to dodge fucking bull spunk.
Bedtime.
God damn it. Well,
Oh, my
ladies and gentlemen,
Lord.
good thing this channel's not monetized because it won't. This video sure as hell won't be.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yep, this took place in Gippsland, Victoria. It took 10 fire crews more than 2 hours to fully extinguish the fire after it broke out at 3 a.m. And, of course, this was in fucking Australia.
Yeah.
Of course.
The liquid inside the cylinders was rapidly expanding, and essentially the lids of the cryogenic cylinders were just popping off the top, and projectiles were being thrown from the building. So firefighters went into a defensive mode initially to protect themselves, because there were also LPG cylinders at the neighboring property.
Ooh, that's not good.
Okay.
Ooh,
That's
yeah.
called for a button, and I think we got to give it to him.
Brazzers.com.
Yep.
And Homer going, that's what I call a white Christmas.
Oh yeah.
Woo-hoo!
I gotta. You know what? I'm gonna send this article to my girl Peyton. I bet you she'll get
Oh,
a kick
God.
out of this.
Oh God.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that was just too spicy not to cover it. I would be supremely disappointed if this doesn't show up on Nash's streams.
Oh God, this is perfect for what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the next one is one of those cases. This is a case of no shit Sherlock, but I felt it's worthy of pointing out. A psychological report shows that 80% of school shooters don't have any interest in video games.
No shit.
Oh, so basically, all the
Whoa.
people citing video games as the cause of gun violence turns out to be complete bullshit. This is my
Yep.
surprise face.
Sorry,
Yeah.
boomers.
This is Squidward's total lack of surprise.
Yep.
Amen, routes.
This
So,
is what,
psychologist
like I said,
Patrick Markey, professor at the Villanova University, had put out a set of papers on the matter, and also put up the details on it on his Twitter, saying, as games have become more popular, violence has decreased. Times when people are playing games, violence decreases. Countries that consume games among the safest. School shooters play games 3 times less than the average student.
Wow.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about all this is just as this article is coming out, love him or hate him, Matt Pat did a video about this and pointed this very fact out.
Wow.
That.
Fucking Osama bin Laden barely played CSGO because he kept getting owned in the fucking line.
So anyway, boomers, now that it's proven that argument is bullshit, there's one thing you can do right now.
Put your motherfucking head back down.
Exactly.
Yeah, now we can focus on the real argument, and I want to stress this very carefully because I know how some of us feel about the topic. But we can focus on proper gun control. We're not going to be banning guns. Fuck that noise. That's bullshit too. But we can at least have proper background checks and shit like we should have had a long time ago.
Also, I have to call out one specific thing, because even though I try not to cover politics, but there was one instance of how to tank your political career in less than a minute.
Are we talking about Beto?
Yeah, we're talking about Beto.
Oh, that motherfucker!
Like, proudly saying that you're going to confiscate people's AR-15s. Do you want to get shot? Because that's how you get shot.
Yeah. Again, we do not take people's guns away. That is just as equally a recipe for disaster. All right? And again, this is the left-leaning motherfucker saying this, okay? It ain't gonna work.
Yeah. Never mind the fact that it violates constitutional law.
Even besides that fact, the idea is simply, and I'll keep this brief, if you ban anything, people will find illegal ways to get it. Doesn't matter if it's drugs, alcohol, or guns. It's not going to get rid of the problem. It's just going to make people dig deeper into the black market to get it.
Especially since now you have 3D printers that can actually print guns.
Yes.
Good luck with that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
And with that said, it's before we get into what's coming next, I need to bring up something. And I need one of you.
Where's my liquor?
I need one of you to prep the Game of Thrones button, because we need to briefly talk about what happened with MJF and the case of a lot of people not getting the job.
Yes.
We need the wrestling guy to preface this. MJF, salt of the earth, also jerk for hire, but who, by the way, wrestled his final independent appearance this weekend.
All right, what happened with MJF?
For going after your local sports team, for lack of better terms, but in a way that modern. You could go ahead, go.
Because I could explain this better, especially since some people in my community fell for this trap. So
you know what? I'll explain the wrestling side of it. You explain the rest of it. And MJF has gone on Twitter to basically be MJF on Twitter.
Yeah, he's in
the past on heat from random fans for not liking Power Rangers, for not liking your sports team, basically being MJF. This week, he posts himself in front of a gym mirror saying, "I don't play D&D," while giving us the gun show.
Mm-hmm.
John,
Now, of course,
Well, we all know he doesn't. We all know he doesn't play D&D because he can't fucking read against a third grade level and think the books are delicious. I'll tell you what, you big. I'll tell you what, you big.
I'll stop you right there. I'll stop you right there because you just fell into his trap.
Yep, that's
exactly.
true.
That's exactly the reaction he wants you to have. Because
that's heat.
Is exactly how the internet reacted to this. Because here's the thing. Anyone who knows who MJF is or has, is a wrestling fan, they knew exactly what he was doing. He was trolling.
Exactly.
He was trolling people.
He was heat.
Trying to get a rise out of it. He was getting heat.
And he's good at it. He's really good at it.
And it took me a minute to catch up. Once I realized it was him, I was laughing my ass off. Yep. But a lot of people on the internet who don't know who this guy is played right into his hands because the internet exploded.
Oh, yeah.
Calling him out. And we're talking not just, your average D&D player. We're talking celebrities who played D&D. The guys at Critical Role, a Power Rangers actor, Christina V. Several people responded to him and clearly took it seriously, thinking he was legitimately shitting on D&D.
Nicely played, Roid Monster. Nicely played.
MJF fucking worked all of you. Now,
Marks.
How dumb are you, Marks?
I didn't say it on the WrestleCast. I'll say it now. Marks, the lot of you, Marks.
Now,
yeah.
Oh, I'll admit it. He got me. I'll admit it.
Yeah. Which, again, for those who don't know, I do want to point this out. MJF, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, is better than you, and you know it.
You know it.
Yes.
that is the kind of character that he portrays. The kind who
and
who
you know
loves
the crazy part, boys.
But
you know the crazy part, boys.
Shoot.
He's literally on his 3rd year as a professional.
Yeah, he is crazy good for his level of experience. But here's what I want to point out.
Good.
A lot of people snark on wrestling fans getting defensive over the F word. You know what I mean, Matty? And yet, and yet people got so goddamn defensive over this, and I have to say, Yoshi, you're supposed to be the smart brother. What the fuck are you doing? Christina
Yoshi Sidarso, for those who don't know, played the blue Dino Charge Ranger Coda in Power Rangers Dino Charge. He fell for this trap.
God, he got worked too. You know what?
He worked hard.
I think this is apropos. I think it's time for MJF to laugh at these clowns.
Oh shit! Oh my god, you're such a loser, dude.
Actually, as a matter of fact, 4th year, debuted in 2015. He's 23 years old, and that clip is from him laughing at Brandon Cutler, who happens to be a big nerd.
Now,
game fan. You don't know who MJF is? He's better than you, and you know it.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
he's clearly not a wrestling fan, but yeah, the fact that so many people fell for this trap so easily, and some of my buddies at MetroCon fell for this trap. I saw them posting about this on Facebook, and once I realized this was what they were talking about, I'm sitting there going, "Oh, you dumb motherfuckers! You fell for it!" I'm laughing my ass off.
So it worked you.
It worked you all, and now we hit the button.
4th year in the business.
Maddie!
Go ahead. Sorry.
Shame. Yes. Shame.
Now you may pay.
4th year in the business. He's getting him better than most of the WWE roster.
Not that that's hard. But
true, but at the same time.
Yeah. Also,
I love it. Every
Shades?
D&D player getting worked by MJF. I'm dying.
Shades. Dave,
Yes.
Maddie.
Yes, Maddie. Assume the position.
Done.
Dave!
Also,
Ow.
Leo's claiming Michael J. Fox. Put your head back down. But there's one thing that was in the chat that I feel I need to bring up. Apparently, according to Monopoly, there was a brony on Twitter trying to gatekeep conservatives out of the fandom. I didn't hear about that. I don't follow that fandom.
Neither have I, but
I've
who gives
seen
a fuck?
I've seen some
It's a
dumbasses.
brony.
But speaking of
But
shit
yeah,
shows,
by the way,
Moving
yeah,
on.
before you get to the shit show, Rawls, you say he was big story Sarah Magoo. He's 215.
He's what?
He's a small dude.
Oh, really? Hey,
Yeah.
see, I can admit it. I don't know anything about him.
215.
But I do admire that, he got just plain right out of him. At least I can admit it.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's jacked for his size. Don't get me wrong. I'm just
if
saying.
you're not, but hey, if you're not a wrestling fan, you got welcome to the world of wrestling.
I shouldn't have opened
He
my
is an
mouth until I
acquired
knew
taste, admittedly, but at the same time, once you get it, you just appreciate it for what it is.
I just
Well,
laugh with this guy.
I broke one of my own rules. I opened my mouth before I knew who he was.
Yep.
It happens to the best of us, Routes. Moving on. Time to get to the shit show.
Yep. ABC, as Uch Naweri has called him, Antonio Brown the Clown, got released by the Patriots after less than a fucking week.
Oh boy!
And is now.
I read.
It is now.
I was
done with
literally.
the NFL due to hypocrisy.
I was literally at work waiting for for something to load, and it was taking a little extra time. So I checked my phone. Antonio Brown released from the Patriots amid sexual assault charges. I laughed my balls off.
Now, I still maintain what I said about the assault charges. But then he did something that really killed off his case. The fact that he was
fucking accuser.
Yeah, he was sending texts to at least one of the accusers, and I think came very close to outright revealing their info on social media.
Whoa! He doxed him, and he probably
Union Tree's calling it. He doxed them.
You completely. Oh God! You know what?
You know what? Fuck it.
You fucking numpty!
And now he's probably gonna end up spinning the wheel of discipline. But I think at this point, any result on the wheel of discipline is going to be rendered moot because of him saying that he's out of the NFL. Maybe he can be a witness on Kaepernick's collusion case, if that's still ongoing.
Oh God!
Oh God!
I know some people were talking about him possibly joining the CF.
Oh, now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. Now you fucked up. 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 Now you have fucked up.
I need to set that as a button.
Aaron?
Yeah.
Check your DMs in about a minute. I will help you out with that.
Oh my
God. But just this is some as entertaining as certain other divas like T.O. could have been. I don't think they've got anything on ABC at this point.
No.
And apparently, right around the time this happened, he was living with Tom Brady until he got himself situated in Foxborough,
Well, that was all for nothing, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. Now, some people are there was that fake tweet that made it seem like the XFL said we want none of that shit. I don't think the
Let's be fair though. Even Vince McMahon wouldn't touch that shit with a 20-foot pole.
Yeah.
And he's Vince McMahon.
Well, didn't he outright state that he didn't want anybody with a record, which automatically disqualifies him? And I'm pretty sure there probably isn't going to be a public statement, but I wouldn't be surprised.
So wait. Vince McMahon didn't want anybody with a record? What, was he going to fucking recruit from fucking junior high?
He might. He just might.
He'll probably recruit from people who still haven't gotten hired after the AAF closed down.
Yeah.
But as far as his chances in, say, the CFL, I don't think there's going to be any official announcement, but I get the feeling that a lot of the teams in the CFL are going to have an unspoken agreement that if he calls, we just don't answer his calls, because nobody wants a media circus. And he is the.
So I will say this: if the unthinkable happens, he plays for the CFL, I'm buying a ticket to a Red Blacks game, and when he shows up, I'm joining the mob in booing his ass.
Oh God!
So I do have a question. What assault did he do that was worse than the guy who filmed himself dragging that half-naked chick back to his fucking hotel room after punching her in the face? What did he do that was worse than that?
He Spider-Man and somebody.
What, Spider-Man someone?
Superman
punch.
I thought it was Spider.
Superman punch.
No. I thought that's something else.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about Spider-Man. Like he did that to that lady who painted.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there was that.
Yeah.
But the point is that
over his junk.
Even if I had a degree of doubt regarding the series of claims. Even the one from the doctor seemed a little bit far-fetched.
Yeah,
but
I had some. Yeah.
But once the text messages came out, then I was like, okay, your benefit of the doubt has been revoked. I think this is probably the worst example of the Madden curse that we've seen.
Yeah, I think, and also I think some other text messages came out that pretty much confirmed the situation going on between one of the accusers. This is not the one that were AB threatened to dox him. It was something else.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think Uche Nwaneri a touched base on that, and when that came out and there was receipts, like, yeah, you fucked up.
Yeah.
So he's Spider-Man, huh? What the fuck is that? Did he like fucking shoot off in her face and fucking throw out a window?
Superman. I think the term is Superman, as in he did it on the back, and there was a towel involved.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Now, as far as now, Kira brings up Johnny Football, who did get accepted into the CFL at one point. Except, from what I understand, he got permabanned after getting thrown out of. I think if I recall correctly, he got thrown out of Toronto. And the entire league put out a thing saying we're not taking you back.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Johnny Football fucked up in Canada.
But I think
in Canada, you're done.
Yeah, I think he sort of tried to clean up his image when he went to the AAF, but then he got injured
again.
Yep.
And as a minor thing, there's this whole thing of because of his mustache. I think Pornhub or somebody else wanted to offer a contract to Gardner Minshew. But now we have a case of a lawsuit that I can actually get behind. So
yeah,
Milja Jojovic, who I will admit I'm not a big fan of her film work, is
she is a stick with tits in film. Yeah.
One of her stunt doubles is suing the producers of the Resident Evil movies over an on-set injury that happened in the final chapter. And I remember hearing about this. This was about the motorcycle crash that happened. Olivia Jackson, who was one of Jojovich's stunt doubles, had said that the September 2015 crash was the result of producers elevating financial considerations over safety. She was slated to shoot a fight scene, but at the last minute she was asked to perform a dangerous and technically complex motorcycle scene in adverse weather that involves speeding towards the camera, which was supposed to be lifted by a crane before she reached it. Apparently the crane operator didn't lift it in time, and she collided with the camera, which resulted in it slicing through the bone of her forearm and tearing the flesh off of her cheek, leaving her teeth exposed. This caused her left arm had to be amputated, and she was put into a medically induced coma, according to the complaint. She says producers had misled her into believing that insurance would cover any injuries sustained during filming and resulting losses, but only paid $33,000.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And then she learned there was no liability coverage for her claimed.
You think any of Hollywood studio figured that out by now? But of course, they're still being idiots.
Yeah.
Routes, I think you'll get Routes, Aaron, and most of you. I think you'll get this one. Do any of you recall the absolute shitstorm that was the Twilight Zone movie regarding one specific
Absolutely.
Scene? That's what's coming to mind here.
The Vietnam scene.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You mean the three people? Because they did listen?
Yeah.
And the stuntmen
One of the main
warned them?
actors from one of the skit from the shorts, and two were kids, I think. If I
Yes, two Vietnamese kids.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is they were warned that could happen.
But they went on anyway, and of course the shit happened anyhow.
Yeah. But her complaint goes on to say, had such facts been known to plaintiff, she never would have agreed to perform the final chapter, or alternatively, would have secured additional insurance on her own. She had already secured the role of stunt double for a leading cast member in Wonder Woman and didn't need the work. Now apparently she says that she'll never be able to work in her chosen profession again, according to the complaint. She claims that the final chapter grossed more than $300 million and the Resident Evil franchise has topped $1.2 billion, but says the company skimps on safety. She also notes that crew member Ricardo Cornelius was killed during filming of the same movie, and 16 background actors were injured in a previous installment. Jackson claims while she was in the coma, her husband was assured the producers would pay for her medical care and rehab, but they have since withdrawn the offer. She's suing Bolt Pictures, Tannhauser Gate, Jeremy Bolt, and Paul Anderson, who also directed the film, for breach of contract and misrepresentation, and is seeking unspecified damages.
Remember in the old days when they said, if you get hurt working for me, I'll take care of you, don't sweat? And then they did? Yeah, me neither.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah, there are some companies that kept that legit no matter what. Hey, Zeltrax.
Mm-hmm.
And there are companies who their word is their bond. Obviously, this company is not one of them.
Tannhauser Gate has an ugly fucking rep that they skip on everything. I mean, somebody told me that the fucking protective vests they were supposed to be wearing were supposed to be Kevlar, and because they were working around explosives for a certain movie and there's a risk of shrapnel, and they wore level 1 protective vests. Well, they thought they were level 1 and 2 protective vests underneath their clothes. Turned out to be cotton and cardboard.
Jesus! Good God Almighty!
You imagine finding out your body armor is cardboard?
They make fucking channel Doug Walker's behind the scenes setup look like a fucking professional.
You know what? Yeah. The Walkers would have, I don't know. No, they probably wouldn't. But Most people with a license for pyrotechnics say if you're in the splash zone, you wear Kevlar, period.
Yeah.
What
Right.
kind
Well,
of rinky-dink bullshit place is this?
Tannhauser Gate routinely decided that cardboard is the equivalent of Kevlar.
Ow.
Press X.
Yeah,
press that X button.
There's a lot of them that do this stupid shit. I mean, from fucking car engines that aren't properly secured. I mean, that's a fucking old trick. You know, basically it's fuck you, stunt guy. We can get another one actually making us money. When to be honest, about 3/4 of these would have, and would, you know, men and women would have no fucking career if it wasn't for the stunt crew. But they act like they act like the stunt actors union is fucking evil because they're like, hey, you know, we'd kind of like to have, you know, medical care. There's been movies fined for not having on-site medic.
Mm-hmm.
Good God! Do they realize that OSHA applies to them?
No, because Chinese
Clearly
investors say that you don't need shit because we don't use it.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Basically, Hollywood thinks, oh, well, you know, our main actors don't need that kind of protection. Why should we give it to our stunt people? Well, fuck
they
you
also-
too, assholes!
Yep.
They also think, well, they don't use this stuff in
Anyone
China.
not remember Brandon Lee?
Yeah.
Brandon Lee killed because the pistol wasn't inspected.
Yeah.
Yeah, they shot
Anyway.
the wrong. They didn't shoot movie blanks.
But anyway,
Actually, they did. Actually, they did shoot movie blanks. What happened was, you know how they always had that close-up of them loading the pistol and you can see the round? That's a dummy round. What happened was one of the times when they unloaded it, the projectile section stayed in the chamber. So when they loaded up the blank and shot him, they shot him with a subsonic round. They shot him with a fucking bullet because nobody checked the pistol correct.
Basically, no one checked to avoid the snafu.
Yep.
Yeah.
But getting
And
the
from
train
one
back on.
dumbass to another.
Yep. So you know how last week we talked about this lawsuit going on with Billy Mitchell?
Oh yeah.
Something funny that I found out. Apparently, Apollo Legend had gone to interview him and his cronies under a appropriate disguise, and while they were affable during the interview and during the Q&A stuff, shortly after that they threatened to sue him. But more importantly, there was one claim that was in his 88 pages of evidence, which was that he did not directly submit any tape for his Donkey Kong record. But then James Hall gets an email saying, "As I discussed last night, if a point is reached where Team Billy's legal action is squashed, then I would definitely want to be part of that class action suit against him." Oh.
Yeah,
The plot thickens. For me specifically, I consider his comments that I have hatred towards Steve Wiebe as libelous comments under the definition of the term libel according to Cornell law. Beyond what I envision a he said concerning my possession of that 1 million plus performance, Bill would argue that he never sent it. Walter never made copies until late 2006. So how then did I have possession of it? Bill said he only uses one account each for FedEx and UPS, but if he sent it via cash, it is unprovable. Bottom line is I received the tape from Billy, and it was received prior to the MTV interview in 2006.
Christ.
And I see Retro Kid in the chat, and don't worry about spelling issues. We're not going to.
Yeah, we're a lot more relaxed on this one here.
Yeah,
We're
but,
making fun of the actual assholes, not you guys.
Billy, you keep doing to yourself. Aaron, can we get DJ Khaled up in here, please?
Oh yes.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Now,
you know,
I will.
It's
I'm gonna
funny.
put something out right now. Unless something sufficiently spicy comes up in the next few weeks, I'm putting a soft moratorium on the Billy Mitchell situation, partially because Tipster covers this a lot better than I can.
Yeah, and like I said, we're until something's because at this point we're just running around in circles with this one.
But
I
only
will
wanted
say
to bring
this:
this
if
up
Billy
because
Mitchell makes it spicy enough, he's gonna wake up R. Kelly, and that's not something you want to do.
Oh yeah.
No.
But then we get something else interesting regarding legal stuff, which seems to be the underlying theme tonight. So, Charles Foti, a former attorney general in Louisiana, is launching an investigation into accounting fraud allegations against Disney.
Oh, good.
Good.
About fucking time. You see, like I said, I knew this was gonna come because ever since that whistleblower basically said that okay, they're cooking the books. Now I'm starting to think it's starting to be the case because that whole Captain Marvel discrepancy is starting to turn it's starting to turn some heads, and I bet you 10-1 when episode 9 comes out, and no one's really excited for it except for the freaking soy-addled retards. But if they start cooking the books and say, "Oh, we made $1 billion and it's a great movie," I was like, then I know something's completely up.
There's also that I didn't put it in the docket because it's just a rumor, but you probably saw the Captain Marvel rumor that has been floating around recently. That they're starting to get cold feet about having her be the face of Phase 4. Because apparently
the truth, good.
Apparently they were hoping to have her do something with Spider-Man in order to put her over a la Roman Reigns.
So now we're starting to see why Sony decided not to renew their little deal.
It wasn't that
they don't want Spider-Man to be fucking cast aside as a goddamn mid-carder.
I gotta correct you on that. What happened with that whole thing was Disney tried to play a power move and failed because Sony went public with the fact that Disney was trying to throw weight. Since they wanted to keep the deal that they initially had, Disney demanded a higher cut, and they decided to make the thing public, and then Disney got busted with with pulling gay ops again. But
and now we're dealing with the gayest of ops.
Yeah, this is a shareholder investigation. And apparently the accounting fraud is in the range of $6 billion.
Ouch! Someone's going to jail if all this pans out.
That is a lot of cheddar to fuck around with, actually.
$6 billion accounting error. Let's see, I would say that's Captain Marvel.
This is, you know what? I'm going to call it right now. If all of this is true, this could be the entertainment industry's version of Enron.
I know what it is. Yeah. I can tell you what movies it was. It was the live action Lion King. It was live action Aladdin. It was live action Beauty and the Beast. It was Captain Marvel. It was all of their trash movies that all of us looked and go, how did that make $1 billion fucking dollars?
Yeah. Have you noticed that ever since the whole Soilo thing, the Soilo bomb, they're trying to make sure that shit doesn't happen again.
Well,
so what they did, they just cooked some books.
Well, the other thing that I need to point out is that a lot of the accounting errors that are at the heart of this are less focused on the movie end of things and more focused on the theme park end of things.
Oh,
I know. I can tell you $6 billion.
Star Wars Galaxy Flight.
Star Wars Galaxy's
Edge.
The Galaxy's Edge, sorry.
Yeah. That is complete shit.
Something tells me, boys, that if I get a chance before they shut the shit down, I better get that lightsaber that lightsaber workshop before they shut the shit down.
From somebody that went there told me you are better off going to Walmart and buying one of their shitty $20 lightsabers instead of spending $100 and something on a lightsaber that will break while it's in your bag. Not to mention some of the stuff that they sell you can't carry back onto the plane. Like, the thermal detonators, some of the lightsabers, some of the robots can't go.
Yeah, some of that stuff's getting shipped. Yeah.
Yeah, you better ship that shit.
Yep, and now...
As a matter of fact, if you go there and you want robots and you want lightsabers, I'll tell you what to do. Wait after it closes and go dumpster diving.
Yeah, there you go. You get it for free.
And next we have a bit of dirt regarding HP printers. And as somebody who
PC load letter? What the fuck does that mean?
Is it ink or is it toner?
Here's how it goes. Earlier this week, Robert Heaton, a software engineer, posted on his blog that during installation and setup of an HP printer, there is some alarming additions included in the software. Namely, a data collection notice and settings page in the installer. That they use the printers to collect data to which the end user would never want nor expect it should. Saying, quote, in summary, HP wants its printer to collect all kinds of data that a reasonable person would never expect it to. This includes metadata about your devices as well as information...
Privacy violation!
As well as information about the documents you print, including timestamps, number of pages, and the application doing the printing. They claim that they stopped short of looking at the contents. And then he brings up the product usage data and the device data clause in HP's privacy policy.
You know what? If anybody's got these printers, I'm going to give you a hint to what you need to do with these. Take that shit out to the field and play this shit while you beat the living hell out of it.
Office Space, those fuckers, yes.
That's right, get the bat, too.
All right, cut it.
YouTube, cut it. There you go.
Now, as somebody... HP printers are certainly have a degree of popularity, but it's funny that you bring up that particular song because at my line of work we ended up reenacting that when we got our old printer replaced. And would you like to guess who was the one who? At first I thought it was only going to be one person bringing a bat. No, everybody brought a bat. You had like
everybody brought the bat.
And would you like to take a guess as to who was the one at the end who was fist punching the thing and had to get pulled off from it?
You were. You totally were.
Like
you're the kind of guy.
Like 1 year's worth of misery out of that thing. I'm gonna get my licks in. I guarantee you that.
I bet you all had an after party after that with all that break dancing.
And I see Retro switched over to commenting on YouTube. Welcome to the party. Doku's got a mute because he's dying laughing. And for the next one, Aaron, GTA button.
Hell is that thing?
Oh shit! Here we go again.
Because of the very easy mode that Death Stranding is in, Ars Technica and several others decided to jump on the every game should copy this. Now, I want to make something clear. I want to make something explicitly clear. Now, Sid Alpha has taken this stance, and Appaben has taken this stance, and I'm taking this stance as well. I do not have an issue with a game having a very easy mode. The intent with Death Stranding was so that the actors on set who don't really have time for games could get the same relative experience as everybody else.
Yeah.
Which, given some of the actors there, that is understandable.
Oh,
The
definitely.
issue that I have is the demand for uniformity. There is absolutely no reason why every game should do this, especially since with some games, doing a very easy mode is easier said than done. And there's a certain line that I've paraphrased from a economics debate in the early 1970s, and I've brought this up with you, Shades, and especially after Mother's Basement got blown the fuck out during the Cuphead debate. It is no crime to be ignorant of a specialized field, but
no, there's not.
But it is incredibly irresponsible to have a loud and vociferous opinion while remaining in said ignorance. Because,
in other words, don't roll up on an expert and then get mad because the expert tells you you're an ignorant chuckle fuck.
Now,
exactly.
I am not an expert. I am not a game developer. But what I do know is that there are right and there are wrong ways to do easy modes, and right and wrong ways to do hard modes. The reason I keep picking on Vanilla Ninja Gaiden 2 is that is an example of how to do hard wrong. Consequently, a lot of games, when it comes to difficulty sliders, it's just a case of changing the damage and health ratios, which to me is not interesting. And of course, if you want an even better example of how not to do hard, anybody remember Legendary on Halo 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pardon me while I curl up in a ball and rock back and forth, because holy shit, did it take me forever to
get hair outs.
It took me forever to do.
I was lucky. I was I was a PS2/PS3 guy. I was never into the Xbox stuff, but my cousin did, and I saw him play a Halo 2 and Legendary. Ouch.
Especially the fucking jackal snipers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This really
He was
bothers
salty
me that
for a week. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, this really bothers me that and this is coming from a guy who likes his games to be easy. I am not a guy who likes challenging games. I'll freely admit that. But I also know that some games cannot be put into an easy mode. This would be imagine trying to do something, and I'm going to make the obvious example because it's just the easiest to compare. Imagine a easy mode for Dark Souls.
Oh,
right?
God.
Oh, God in hell.
Exactly. Now, I'll
Takes
probably
away all
never
the
play Dark
charm.
Souls because I don't care for the challenge of Dark Souls. But that's just me.
It's a boring game.
Yeah, it's not for me. And that's fine. If you like that kind of challenge, by all means, have a blast. But it's not for me. But I'm not going to ask From Software to make an easy mode of Dark Souls just for me. Fuck that noise.
No.
Yeah.
Aaron?
Do you know what these people want? What these people want is they want interactive YouTube playthroughs.
Yeah.
Aaron,
They want to be able to tell their friends, "Oh, I finished the game," but they don't tell you that they basically sat there and pressed X every 15 minutes.
Yeah,
so their
really.
fucking
Mash the
Xbox
X.
shut
Yeah,
down.
press X to win.
That is effectively what they want, and I do find it amusing that Ars Technica used a movie theater template in their article, because that's exactly what they want. Except here's the thing: if you want a movie, just go watch the thing on YouTube, and then pretend that you know what you're talking about the story about.
Well,
the
hilarious part is these people say, "Well, we're older now and we have lives and jobs." Number one, you're a game journalist. You don't have a life. You don't have a job, and you're not an adult. Number two, if you're an adult, part of being an adult is saying, "Okay, I can take a few days, I can take a few hours or an hour a week, an hour a day, or every couple of days to play this, and I'm going to enjoy myself. And I'd like it to be a little memorable and a little fun," which is one of the reasons it took me. I think I was working at the time, and it took me almost a month to finish Alien Isolation. And even though what?
Cellcheck tell me something's up with my mic or something.
There it goes. Now you're working again.
These people always cry
because you sounded fine to me. Anyway.
These people People always cry about, oh, I'm an adult. No, you're not. Okay, I'm not. I have yet to see you do anything adult. I have a job. No, you don't. You're a fucking game journalist. You don't have a fucking job except to play a game. All right, you play a game. That's your fucking job. Roll over. Beg for money on Patreon. Roll your belly over and fucking ask for fucking loot and shut the fuck up.
Hey,
and why?
To be fair, I wish I could have that job.
Yeah, you know something. Right? You know something. Say what you want about DSP, but at least he actually plays the fucking games.
Seriously,
yeah.
Now, badly as it was, but he still plays it.
And to go back to that argument with easy mode, real quick, for me, I'm the kind of the same way. There is a way to make easy mode challenging enough that you could feel accomplished, and I'm going to one of my favorite games on from the last gen in Ghostbusters, the video game.
Oh yeah,
because
that game is good. I'm planning on getting
that game. And ironically, a movie. Yes, it is a movie, but for someone who's just wants to experience Ghostbusters but be interactive, that to me jumps up as an example. But I played only on easy mode because I know my skill. I'm not the greatest video game player of all time. I will not be like one of them world record people ever.
Yeah, Ghostbusters video game, they really put an ankle in that.
Here's the thing that I want to make explicitly clear. I do not have an issue with a very easy mode per se. What I have an issue with is the demand for uniformity, the demand that every game has to do this, because all the stuff that we've gone over in the last 4 minutes, that is it is a case by case basis.
Yeah.
What I take issue with is the demand that every game do this kind of easy mode. If it fits the kind of game that they want to make, fine. I may not use it, but I appreciate the option there. Now Wolverine points out that it could be an issue if you're assigned to write about a game that you don't like. Except to that I have to say, as they say on the farm, tough titty. It's your job to. Not every game that comes on your shelf is going to be something that you like. But if you're writing about it, people are still going to be reading that and using what you write to base their judgment, and that's something that I try and take very seriously when it comes to my reviews. Even if I know that I don't have the level of views that the bigger time people are going to have. But I know that there's enough that somebody might look at my review of, say, Dice Souls and say, based on whether or not they would run that game at their table, and because of that, it's my responsibility to represent it as best as I can and represent my opinion as best as I can. But then this got worse because they brought up another tired argument: the accessibility fallacy.
Oh yes.
Press X.
No, not press X. Drink.
Yep.
Drink.
I wish I could drink.
Also, I got a comment on real quick. I got to comment on something. Wolverine, dude, that is a bad argument to make because I think we would all like an easy mode for our taxes.
There's an easy mode for our taxes. I'd like an easy mode for Cuphead. Good luck with that.
Yeah,
matter of fact, don't give me by the way, don't give me. By the way, don't get. I have Cuphead for Switch. Don't give me an easy mode for that.
You know what? Rolling Stones put it best. You can't always get what you want.
So the accessibility argument. I know people who are paraplegic. I know people who are quadriplegic. I know people who are everywhere in between when it comes to physical disabilities. I know people who are colorblind.
Oh, by the way, let me interrupt this for some really stupid shit. One of the worst written final seasons ever made, and this fucking happened. Check the council.
Oh God!
Fucking damn it!
This better not be your fucking picture. Of your
Oh,
son of a
no. No.
What do we press for this?
Have I mentioned that the Emmys are trash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those who can't see
Yes.
it, Game of Thrones ended up getting an Emmy winner for drama series. I am going to operate under the assumption that this was meant to be a catch-all for the entire series and not for that last season.
Yeah, you know what? But knowing the Emmys, they probably just did just to piss off the fans even more. So in that case, Emmys,
Probably.
what they really need to do right now.
Stay off the damn weed.
No, I can tell you
Amazed
why
R.
they did it.
Kelly's
They
not
did it because
pissed off right now.
They did it because somebody over there is
Oh,
sucking a
you
CEO
know
of
what?
HBO's dick. They're sucking
You know what, I
HBO's
was
cock.
just-
That's why they got it.
Oh, wait
Yeah.
a minute.
But
He's starting to get a little.
But getting back on the rails,
Yeah.
I think now stuff like colorblind options I'm perfectly fine with, but then this Ian Hamilton guy decides to be smug by whining about anime avatars, and I'm like, okay, fuck you, get in the trash.
Seriously?
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
God damn it.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna defeat the whole accessibility argument right here, right now.
You're going to bring up GDQ, aren't you?
Damn it, you read my mind. Again,
I was
Aaron,
no, you
I
can
know.
explain it better. You can explain it better, though. Go.
Yeah, Aaron,
Do it.
I know you don't care for GDQ, but this is a case where I think this needs to be brought up for a reason. There's a guy at GDQ who is speedrunning games while having a non-working arm. He does it. He speedruns all his games one-handed because he has to. And I'll bet you money that if you asked him, he wouldn't want accessibility options. He likes the challenge of having to play a game that's designed for two hands when only using one. So any argument about accessibility can go ahead and just shove itself right up its ass.
To be quite honest, I find this conflation of easy mode with accessibility to be condescending at best and blatantly ableist at worst.
You know what it is? It's insulting to one's intelligence. And this is speaking for someone with a disability. So
Me
And
too.
you know what it is? It's just so journalists can play this shit. Well, maybe if their head wasn't so screwed on so loosely, maybe they can actually get good. But since they're too smug to even know that their own weaknesses, they're never gonna realize that. They're jagoffs.
Exactly.
But continue whining, because as we've seen in the past, the more that they do, the more that say FromSoft doesn't bend the knee, the more money they make.
Yeah,
You know what,
pretty much.
So listen, Ian Hamilton, there's only two options that you can do right now, okay? You can either A, get good, or B,
get the fuck out of here.
But we weren't done with dumbass things regarding Death Stranding, because
God.
So
you know, I think I'm calling this right now. 3 things dealing with Death Stranding. Tank boy! Tank
Yep. So I think this is a case of the worst Rorschach test I've ever seen. At least this month. So Kojima has stated in an interview that one of the major themes regarding Death Stranding is America, because that's where this is going to be set, and you have this whole thing regarding
is it set in America or America? Which one?
He doesn't say. But immediately jumping on that, VG247, who are trash, decides to say that the game is a metaphor for Trump.
Orange man bad. Fucking drink.
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 Drink. Ooh.
Yeah.
Really?
The major theme of the game is about connection and about connection within America.
Yeah.
How do you jump from that to it's about Trump? That is some blatant
That's
desperation.
a big stretch.
That's called
Jesus
projection,
Christ.
ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, clearly.
And these idiots are projecting with their dicks.
And I have to say, Emily Jarrah, for as far as writing this, why don't you go back to watching CNN one-handed?
I can tell you they get it.
All right,
I can
boys.
tell
On
you
that
when they
note,
get it.
I gotta go to bed. You guys have a good night. Monk, Aaron, see you Tuesday.
Yeah, I'll see you Tuesday, man.
I might be a little tardy and homosexual because of work, but I will be there.
All right.
I can tell you why they say it, because it's about connections, it's about Trump. I can tell you why. If you've ever read these people's articles, they have completely alienated themselves from their own family because Orange Man bad.
Yeah.
These people have severed all connections to everybody who doesn't make the purity spiral.
Here's the thing, you have a point on that. Their brains are the equivalent of that one episode from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You know that episode.
You know, I've never seen that show.
Oh, but you know that
I know where you're going with this, and I want to make a slightly better comparison. Maybe it's because of the fact that I have so much experience dealing with the bullshit that this particular cult has to deal with, as to put forward. But what comes to mind is disconnection and SPs. I do not like the fact that when I see these kind of people, I keep thinking of the Church of Scientology, but that's what ends up coming to mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And look,
confess to your crimes.
If you, once again, those who go out looking for witches see them everywhere. And this isn't, no matter how hard you try, this is not going to be about Trump. Trump is not going to be the main bad guy, and nothing you do or say is going to change that, because Kojima is not interested in politics. He's a film fanatic.
Kojima is not your dad. Kojima's not your dad, so what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Although, speaking of America... Oh, go ahead.
Real quick. In all honesty, if he were to actually go that far, do you know how bad that game would get shat on by the right for pulling that shit? It would be a disaster. He ain't that stupid.
Kojima would be screwed.
Well, like somebody said, do you know why more and more games are an indicator to the right? Because the right have jobs and buy things. The left don't and don't buy things. So who's got a job and who's like, you'll make it for me or I won't buy it? Who actually matters?
Now here's the problem with that,
guys,
Rob. I'll take a look. What?
Rail.
I was about to talk about.
We need to laugh at New York City looking to ban chocolate milk from schools. Now, obviously,
They're banning chocolate milk because it actually has vitamins in it. Oh wait, I know why. Because it comes from black cow.
Oh,
of course.
Okay, Zell, breathe.
Calm down.
Calm down. Now, I was gonna say,
banning chocolate milk, you bastards!
Okay, calm. Don't turn into R. Kelly now. But no, seriously. A, New York apparently doesn't like having fun anymore. And B,
apparently,
are they trying to become California? Do you really want to go down that road?
Really? Yeah.
De Blasio wants to.
So
here's the problem. De Blasio wants to. That guy's starting. You know what? De Blasio. He's starting to be even a worse mayor of New York than even Dave Dinkins. Remember that guy? Ugh.
Oh, fucking drink.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go out and have a cigarette.
Apparently, the reason given by the New York Department of Education is high sugar content. They had apparently also considered this ban back in 2006 after they banned whole milk.
Really? And you wonder why kids are drinking more soda.
Wait. Why did they banned whole milk because milk equals white supremacy. They banned chocolate milk because of racism and sugar, I guess.
They claimed it's because of a high sugar content.
Yeah, like I said, sugar, I guess, but probably racism. Next, they're going to ban water because of fluoride.
And the chalk is white. And even the copy machine paper is white. This, my friend, is a white devil's conspiracy.
Okay.
My brain, it fucking hurts. My brain can't comprehend all this bullshit.
Welcome to the monastery, bitch.
What is the
Department
of Education?
So, De Blasio, what do you want everyone to drink? Fucking hose water? You commie bastard!
Seriously. Okay. You want to do this for health reasons, but ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give you the ultimate piece of advice for any health idea that you possibly have. It comes down to one simple word. Balance.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to equate a story to this because my daughter is just starting middle school this year. You know what one of her teachers decided to make them watch? You're going to laugh at this.
What?
Super Size Me.
Oh, God.
Homeschool, dude. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, my daughter can no longer even think about, can't even look at McDonald's anymore because of that movie. She's scarred for life.
I find bringing that movie to that young of an age to be very reckless and irresponsible. Because the only reason you do that is to basically turn a phrase, try and scare the devil out of a kid.
Yeah, not only that. Yeah, and let me tell you this: that whole climate strike thing, that is a massive example of that very aspect. This is ridiculous.
It says Professor
also,
Geek
you go from being a fucking hardcore staunch vegan for fucking years to eating McDonald's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What the hell do you think reaction your body's gonna have? Like, come the fuck on, dude. It doesn't take two brain cells to rub together to figure that much out.
Even back in the day, I didn't like that documentary because it was bad science. But moving on. So we now have another case of let's laugh at Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, here we go. Back to the wheelhouse.
These idiots.
Oh, it's Rambo. We did this last night. Oh God, dear.
You liked it? I haven't got to see it, but I plan to.
If you want to give yourself cancer, go to the critic reviews and read Matthew, or as we're calling him, Matilda Raza's fucking review. He doesn't review the movie. It's just an entire fucking small book of him bitching about Trump and MAGA.
So basically his reviews go a little something like this.
Unlike you, I don't waste all these people's time bitching and moaning and bitching 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 and bitching
and bitching.
Are you bitching?
And bitching.
Not everything is an allegory for Trump, you fucking morons!
Orange man bad. Fucking drink!
Some of them invoke that, others invoke other buzzwords, but let's look at the current score on.
I hate Trump, but I don't equate everything to the guy.
Let's look at the actual scores and be prepared for the surprised face. 27% from critics, 85% from audiences.
Imagine my shock.
Huh? Wow,
And
that's
now
surprising. It was
they hit
actually
the
at
fucking
30%.
audience score, did they?
It was at 30%
Nope, not
yesterday.
yet. I'm looking at the audience score right now.
Oh. Propaganda? What bullshit is that? Fill the first one. Fucking drink.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
sure.
Like, yeah. Again, me and Zeltrix on the same page. I'm not the biggest fan of our president, but I'm not going to look at every single thing out there that has any kind of American message or political message and immediately say, "Oh, it's about Trump." Fuck
Neither am
that
I.
noise.
I don't
It
even
ain't
think there. I don't
Okay,
even
I'm
think there
looking through
is a
all this
political
shit
message
here.
in this. It's just, and it's not trying to. It's just
That's why I said America. It's about America because that's how Rambo is. He's about serving his country. He's about being what America truly is because that's what First Blood was supposed to be.
Look, I'm looking all through all this shit on this page. You know what? You know what? It's about that time. Rise!
Rise! Time for a rise!
Goal!
Goal! Where's my liquor?
I just seriously, this argument, this constant need to shove Cheeto Head into every single fucking thing.
They run
It's annoying.
Orange Man Bad is their fucking go-to.
Yep.
It makes me sick, and I don't even like the guy.
Sound the yellow horn, please.
To that, I have to say, I want to congratulate every single film critic who keeps doing that kind of thing because you've all but guaranteed a re-election.
That's right.
And not
And that
out
makes
of
me
any
sick personally,
policies, but sheerly out of spite.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
That's why it makes me sick, because that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to encourage the right, even if they don't like him. They're just so sick of seeing this argument that over and over and over again that they're just going to vote for him just to piss these guys off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spite voting. That's a thing.
It's real. It happens.
This rate might make even the ones that don't like Trump that are somewhat sane even vote for him.
Now, before Monopoly is demanding to hear Routes go in on this. So
on what? On what? I just came back from having a cigarette.
Do it.
We're on the whole thing of Rambo: Last Blood and how the critics got triggered.
Well, I only read one of them, and it was supposedly it's a disgusting look at Mexicans and Hispanics. It promotes racism. Well, so what they basically turned around and said is that all Mexicans are members of the cartel who kidnap people and torture and rape them and sell them into slavery and
generalizing.
Oh,
yeah, they basically said that.
Broad brush.
So yeah, they were actually the ones coming across as racist as fuck because they act like your average Mexican person who lives under the threat of the cartel is going to want to watch a movie where somebody fucking hands the cartels their ass.
I've been saying this a lot lately. Show me someone who's woke, and I'll show you the most racist motherfucker out there these days.
Mm-hmm.
And I can guarantee you this: at the end of this, Stallone is probably going to end up getting that new knife from Schwarzenegger. For those who don't know, Schwarzenegger put out a tweet where he congratulated the Stallone on the release of the film and said that he'd have a new knife waiting for him and showed off the previous one, which Stallone had said, "Nice, but my knife is bigger."
So basically, he pulled Crocodile Dundee. That's not a knife.
Oh boy, where's Paul Hogan when you need him?
That's a knife.
But
That's
now
annoying.
this next one is a minor thing, and I have to thank Sophia Narwitz for pointing this out. But this Mackenzie Kelly bitch got triggered over someone offering free haircuts on Pleasant
I'll
Valley
be
and
back.
Riverside.
I'm gonna get a drink.
On
Oh, I heard about this. Really?
What?
I'll be back.
Okay, so basically, this dumb broad basically was pissed off that a homeless person was giving out free haircuts because they clearly couldn't have been a licensed cosmetologist.
Excuse me. Bullshit!
You know what this woman's basically... You know what this woman is basically saying? She's basically saying that any parent who gave their kids a haircut should be arrested.
Yeah.
Oh, they've been saying that for years.
What? Okay, I'm sorry for blowing at your eardrums again, but bullshit!
And hang on, I found something. And and actually I may have to retract because there is the possibility that Mackenzie Kelly is a something awful troll, but I can't completely put my foot on that. So
there are no trolls left on Something Awful. Something Awful was completely taken over by the Woke Brigade about 4 years ago.
Yeah, press X.
You know, and from there they spread out to everywhere else when they closed debate and discussion when it became a toxic hive of fucking weirdos. So yeah, I mean the fact that of her being for Something Awful, maybe, but that doesn't make her a troll anymore. Most of them, you know, say trolling is a hate crime.
I can go either way on it, but in either sense, I don't think it definitely sounds like the kind of person who would call the cops over a lemonade stand. If you want to do that kind of attitude, go over to London. I hear they like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But next we have we should talk about that magical moment where everybody, whether they're left wing, right wing, whether they're woke, not woke, they can all agree. Most of them can agree on one thing. Nobody wants a Princess Bride remake.
No, don't touch it.
It was a apparently there was some remark from Variety that some high up people were looking to do that, and I look at how everybody on all sides was like, "No, don't do it."
Hell, Carrie Ellis said fucking no to this.
Yeah, even the man himself said no. There are some things in this life that are perfect as they are. This is one of them. Don't touch it.
But then,
fucking hell, Sony.
Then the Mary Sue tried to be the edgelord in the room by saying the only reason to remake it would be to gender swap and diversify it.
You motherfucker!
Drink.
Yep,
fucking drink, damn it.
Drink the drink flowing.
You know what? Rise again.
Yeah, that's worthy of a rise.
Yep.
Fucking skull.
Skull!
Don't remake it, guys. Unless Andre the Giant decides he's a woman.
Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. Now you fucked up.
Sal, are you sure you're gonna be able to stick around at this rate? Because you're about to be ready to blow up.
Where's my liquor?
So you know the only way the Mary Sue would be cool with this.
And it started from the fucking aneurysm.
The only way the Mary Sue would be cool with this if they
Sound
fucking
the
changed the
yellow
title
horn.
to the fucking Prince's Groom.
They opened their argument by saying that the original movie is painfully, blindingly white.
Are you? Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up.
Where's my gun? Where's my
You have
fucking
fucked
gun?
up now.
Zeltrax?
Now you fucked
And
up.
Miguel Montoya and Andre the Giant.
Now you fucked up. Now you
Are
fucked
you
up.
fucking kidding me?
Thanks.
My name is Miguel Montoya. Oh, it's white. What?
Twitch.
What are you smoking?
Twitch.
Yeah, then they're saying there's no reason that why any character in a new Princess Bride couldn't be a person of color, and a fantastically diverse cast would be excellent to see.
The lead.
Oh, you know what?
So they're justifying the remake because of my diversity.
Oh, diversity?
I have not seen Princess Bride. I know I should fucking rectify that, but still, fuck it. Shoot!
The main character's name, our MC, is named Inigo Montoya.
Yes.
You know what?
Remember, they don't. They don't.
And by the
people...
way, that word diversity. You know what? Maybe Mr. Montoya does have something to say about that shit.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Now,
perfect.
I've seen.
Also,
I've seen
the chat. So they want non-binary, intergendered, atheist, lesbian cripples with Down syndrome.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it.
This is not me.
God damn it! I knew this was going to set him off.
Yep.
Robert.
Son of a bitch.
I'm trying to kill me.
You know, I was on Kelly at this point.
Triggered R. Kelly, and now I gotta find another 16-year-old. Thank you. You're making me break the law. If I go to jail, I'm gonna take all these motherfuckers with me.
Actually, I got another one for you. Frieza!
That's stupid. You're stupid. Stop being stupid.
Now,
Thank you, Frieza.
there's some people who are saying that they did this simply as bait. If that's even if it probably was to a degree, but to me this is a case of pure desperation, or more accurately, wanting to try and be the cool kid in the room by disagreeing with everybody else. Except, well, you are a fucking hipster.
Contrarianism.
But
that's not how you contrarian, buddy.
Let me give you two words to completely blow you out of the water, Mary Sue. Sandy beaches. I still have not forgotten the fact that you fell for that shit, hook, line, and sinker. I knew from day one that was bullshit.
Yep.
And speaking of bullshit, let's laugh at Chinese players on Warframe.
Oh boy.
So apparently Warframe has been getting review bombed from Chinese players, mostly over the as a kind of bleed over with the whole Hong Kong China divide.
Someone tells me they're just trying to get social credit points.
Yeah, they are.
Now, apparently there is an issue with the Mandarin translation being not great, and some of the Chinese players finding it insulting. And apparently there's also the fact that that the game designates Hong Kong and China as separate countries regarding server location.
What?
Not a whole lot to it, but I found it an amusing bit of salt.
Yep.
And then we had Pete Buttigieg, who I had to put in the
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg is a butt.
Booty judge, Buttigieg, whatever. He sucks.
There has been talk of doing race swapping with Professor X and Magneto, and he decides to open his gob and say that he doesn't think there's anything about the role that makes it white.
Drink.
Oh,
okay.
Drink for sheer ignorance, especially regarding Magneto.
Yes.
Exactly.
Is a major part of his backstory.
Magneto, Holocaust survivor. Yeah, shut up.
Exactly.
Yeah. Basically, you know what? Oh, God. You know what? It is time for you to take the Michael Jordan challenge, Buttigieg.
Stop it. Get some help.
Oh, and another side note. and a side note, you're not going to be president.
Seriously, okay. Even Professor X being racially swapped is a stretch that Mr. Fantastic couldn't pull off. But there is no way in hell you're going to be able to do that with freaking Magneto. Absolutely not.
No.
Yep.
Not unless you want to piss off not unless you want to piss off the whole ADL again.
Yep.
Yeah.
But knowing the ADL, they'll probably just hand wave it because NPC bullshit.
The only way you pull that off is if you completely change his backstory, which completely ruins the character in and of itself and his motivations. Try again.
I'm not gonna dwell too much on it, but it's another case of that whole the character is only a title. We can put anybody in that. This is gonna be my one wrestling reference. But you guys remember some of you may remember the absolute faceplant that was the Black Scorpion in 90s WCW.
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
Ole Anderson defended that saying that they could just get anybody for the mask because that's how he did mask characters when he was in GCW. Except everybody else knew that you couldn't really do that, especially if you're alluding that he's a figure from Sting's past. And
now,
surprise, surprise, the Black Scorpion is treated like a joke.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to guarantee here's why they want to race swap Magneto, okay? I'll tell you why. Because in the backstory, yes, that's Auschwitz and all that stuff. Here's what they're going to do instead. They're going to say that he grew up in the Jim Crow South and change the roles of Nazis to basically Bull Connor.
You're putting way too much thought into that.
Basically, that's how they're gonna pull it, and you know what? It works for their woken bullshit.
And Maddie in the
Aaron,
chat is saying,
"Here's a favor, Aaron. I'm gonna ask you to do a favor. Don't give them any ideas."
Yeah.
Well, they don't.
But moving on from that, I want to focus on somebody BTFOing Lucasfilm, namely the writers of Quiet Place, Scott Beck and Brian Woods. Lucasfilm courted them to get involved with new Star Wars and Indiana Jones movies, but they turned them down, and they turned them down with a very interesting rebuttal, saying, "We went to Lucasfilm in the wake of A Quiet Place, and they wanted to talk to us about Indiana Jones and Star Wars. And we're like, we want to talk to you about what is Star Wars before it was We want to talk to you about what is Star Wars before it was Star Wars. You guys have a responsibility to start a new franchise. That's where our hearts have always been, just trying to create original ideas."
Oh, good. No, that's one hell of a burn. He basically called them a bunch of freaking ham and eggers.
Yeah.
Effectively, they spurned Lucasfilm because they wanted to focus on original ideas instead of trying to do stuff that other people have done. Which I'm perfectly
And I can
fine
respect
with.
that.
Now the next one I can't show the video for because I don't want to get this thing flagged since this is based on a leak, but a test store redesign leaked regarding GameStop. This was at a test store in Oklahoma. And a video tour was posted for what looks like a new layout of the store. And I'm going to share with you guys in the council the Facebook link. Unfortunately, I can't stream it because it'd be too much of a risk.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I'm going to put it to you this way. I've heard whispers about this, but all I gotta say to GameStop is I I think they're a second late and $1 short.
Mm-hmm.
I can see what
now if they did that 10 years ago when they were facing competition from Play and Trade, that could have worked.
Yeah.
And for those who are curious, I did put it in the Discord. But the vibe that, first off, I have to note that the whole thing looks way too clean. But you have the usual games, the usual accessories. You have specific tables set aside for tabletop gaming, and this arcade-like area that is. But the problem that I have with this sort of thing is that, as you mentioned, day late and dollar short, because this is something that a lot of the local gaming stores and a lot of local arcades are already doing. There's already I can already find a handful of gaming bars in Minneapolis. There's similar stuff like with Fallout Shelter Arcade, or a lot of the retro stores, especially if you watch AJ Styles' run through retro stores, which is always a fascinating look.
Right.
Like they're already doing this kind of thing, where you can go to one of these kind of places and pay a nominal fee, and you get to play and demo one of the games that they have in their library. Hell, Joco Video Games down in St. Paul was doing this thing 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
I'm
not a
looking at
bad
the video
idea.
right now, and the new layout doesn't look too bad.
It's not a bad idea, but considering how cramped some of the games that I know personally, I don't see this happening in some of the GameStops you might find at a strip mall. I can't see this happening just because there's not enough space. Like
Right. Yep. You really think? But then again, most malls are starting to turn to like abandoned freaking hellholes. So I would not be surprised.
That's been since the 70s.
Yeah.
No, but it's become more so thanks to fucking Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I'm sure, unless a mall is desperate to expand their store space, it's not going to work inside malls.
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh
and
no!
I speak as someone whose local GameStop is in a mall. Actually, we've got. You know what's funny? I have a GameStop that's in a mall, and then literally right across the street, there's a strip mall with another GameStop in it. We're talking within a minute of each other.
We got the same problem here here where I live. At one point, there's a GameStop where the freaking Chipotle is right by the Meijer. Across the street, there's a GameStop. And in the mall, not down the street, there's another GameStop. Three freaking GameStops.
Times like these, I miss Funko Land.
Yeah.
Like it's literally right across the street from each other. And the one in the strip mall could possibly fit this redesign, but the one in the mall is freaking cramped as hell. There's no way it's going to work in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Man, thankfully with me, I only have 2 GameStops, one in town and one in Medford. I gotta drive an hour to get to that one.
So
that's in the Medford Mall.
Next, we have this reported focus shift regarding E3 next year. That they apparently want to shift towards celebrities, influencers, and consumers. But then there was part of their presentation where they talked about the power of social good.
Oh, they're gonna get woke, aren't they?
More so than ever.
I cannot believe I'm going to say this line because I know everybody else says it. Yeah, well, go broke.
Jesus Christ!
E3 has been bleeding attendance for years now, and this is going to accelerate it. Honestly, I'm not sure if they've had the capital to do this, but one thing I would like Devolver Digital to do is to try and set up their own convention solely for independent games.
Oh, definitely. But still, if E3 goes that route, oh, I can see Devolver Digital really tear into this bullshit.
After the fun we had last year, I look forward to doing another one of those.
Last year, the year before that, the year before that.
Oh yeah, that Devolver Digital Direct. That was hilarious.
Yep.
Yeah.
The next bit of fail that we have concerns Shane Gills from Saturday Night Live. Because apparently he got run out of town over some jokes he made in a Comedy Central podcast over 10 years ago.
Oh God! Get the music, Svengoolie.
It's after midnight and my show's a nightlight and I'm canceled. The movies are cheap and put viewers to sleep, so I'm canceled.
I am so sick of this cancel culture bullshit. Okay? Let me make this very clear, people. If it happened in the last year or two, fine. They need to take responsibility. But if it's over 10 years old and they haven't done anything since, back the fuck off.
Agreed.
This wasn't even anything that egregious. This wasn't even anything egregious. This was him being a fucking comedian.
Yeah,
and Gills did and Gills did not have kind things to say about the matter, saying, "It feels ridiculous for comedians to be making serious public statements, but here we are. I'm a comedian who was funny enough to get SNL. That can't be taken away. Of course I want an opportunity to prove myself at SNL, but I understand it would be too much of a distraction. I respect the decision they made. I'm honestly grateful for the opportunity. I was always a Mad TV guy anyway." And shortly after that, he got contacted by Andrew Yang. Or rather, the other way around.
Really?
No. Here's the thing. Andrew Yang was actually one of the people he joked about on his podcast when he started this shit. I actually, because I believe Philip DeFranco actually covered this. That's how I saw this. Yes, I know how you feel about that. But he made some jokes at Andrew Yang's expense, calling him the Asian equivalent of the C word.
Mm-hmm.
All right? He called him an Asian slur. So that was where that started. Now, Andrew Yang is trying to be the better man and say, hey, listen, I ain't going to take any offense. I'm willing to talk to you face-to-face about this, and we'll have a good conversation. Honestly, Andrew Yang's being a decent person about the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, but still,
I don't
trust this guy.
I don't completely agree.
We'll see how it plays out before we judge.
I don't when it comes to Yang, I don't agree with a lot of his policies, but at the very least I can respect him as a person, because when I hear him, first off, he was willing to go on Joe Rogan, and I don't think any of the other Democratic candidates have done that. But second, at the very least, when I can treat a debate with him as if I've had a decent meal, as opposed to a debate with say Biden, where I feel like I've been eating junk food, just snorting up pixie sticks or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not perfect, and we'll judge it as it goes. But the fact that he's not like going out of his way to insult Shane or say he's an evil, or he's willing to sit down face to face with the guy, says a lot more about him as a human being than anything else. No, my issue is still, once again, with the cancel culture phenomenon, because this shit needs to fucking stop. It's for them. It's one strike and you're out. I don't care when it happened. One strike, you're out. Fuck that. If that were the case, I'm pretty sure we could probably dig into half of these fuckers past and find something to cancel them on too.
Yeah. Make them their own fucking rules.
God damn it, Routes.
Phenomena.
That's not till later.
Oh God,
that's not till later, buddy.
Now, this was a fascinating conundrum. So Gears 5 has come out, and Supposedly the sales are bad, and yet it's also the most successful launch in the entire series.
Which is it?
Make up your mind. Which is it?
Well, here's the thing.
Your mind.
Yeah, which is it?
Well, here's the reason why. So those of you who have an Xbox One or are familiar with it probably know about the Games Pass thing. They put Gears 5 on that program. I don't know why you would put a launch game on a Games Pass program. That seems very counterproductive, but
oh yeah,
I do.
All right.
So that it is the best launch they've ever had.
So in other words, padding.
Yes.
Yep.
So everybody's playing.
Yeah. Except I guarantee when you're doing that kind of thing, much like what happened with Sea of Thieves, that player count is going to nosedive quick.
Especially if the infamous microtransactions are involved. If there's even a hint of microtransactions, that number is gonna drop like a rock the minute people start catching on.
yeah.
Yeah, so in other words, this is the success of this is more on the fact that people like a bargain, especially with how dirt cheap Xbox Game Pass is, as opposed to the strength of the Gears brand.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it has been getting SkillUp did give the SkillUp and Upper Echelon have both reviewed the game favorably. I haven't seen Donkey's take on the matter, but at the same time, it's not like that particular playstyle is setting things on fire, especially since they've diverted attention away from Marcus Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody wanted to play as John DiMaggio.
Right.
Speaking of microtransactions, I have to thank Yang Ye for bringing this particular info to my attention.
Kotaku drink.
No, this is
drink.
This is over the fact that because of how much of a shit show RuneScape is, somebody ended up spending $62,000 in MTX in it.
What? But wait, it gets better because I saw the same video you did there, Mildra, and the guy in question says at this point he regrets doing that and says he's going to stick to classic RuneScape that doesn't have that shit because he says it's more fun. He learned his lesson.
Yeah, and of course, and I looked at the monetizations on RuneScape, and my God, it is obscene. Like it is borderline unholy quartet levels.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
It almost makes me long for the days when somebody would offer free armor trimming. The last bit we have is somebody fighting back over a false accusation. So, Alexis Kennedy, who is the co-developer of the very underrated and very fascinating Cultist Simulator, has been getting some claims of abuse. It's from a Twitter account called Abuse Industry that's been making false allegations that he abused women in the industry. And he did an entire post, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing, dedicated solely to fighting back and trying to head this off at the pass. And I think I know exactly why he was so quick on the uptake on this, because we talked about what was probably a factor last week. I think he has no desire to be the next Alec.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He saw that and he's like, "Yeah, writing's on the wall. If any, it's like they're coming after me next. fuck. Do not want to go down that road.
And he said, 3 weeks ago, an anonymous Twitter account at Abuse Industry began making false allegations that I'd abused women in the games industry. Over the next day, a number of other people picked up on the allegations and began to retweet them or add their own. The allegations were that I had been working for years to recruit, gaslight, blackmail, and abuse women, an unspecified number, but I've seen a multitude, many, and dozens. I still can't believe I have to say this, but all these claims are nonsense. I made an immediate denial. At our lawyer's advice, we both got off the internet. Then, as often happens to people who have gone through something like this, I completely fell apart. I spent the last few weeks recovering and reflecting, and now I'm ready to talk about what I actually did and didn't do. And then he goes into exhaustive detail and bringing up every single person's allegations, going from Meg Gianth, Emily Short, and several others. Some people tried to bring up his departure from Fail Better Games, which he reiterates that was entirely his choice. He did not get fired. He quit.
Yeah.
And he said he is not planning on suing anyone. And I think it's more of a case of he's just not he's more interested in keeping upkeep on his game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He then puts in a TLDR, and these are the bullet points that he goes in. I haven't engaged in any kind of abuse or predation ever. I did have a romantic relationship with Olivia Wood while we were working together and while I was her direct manager. This was a real mistake on my part. I owned that at the time and I owned it now. But the circumstances were very different than what Olivia has publicly suggested. We started a relationship over a year before we worked together. She suggested that I hire her. She explicitly requested that the relationship be kept secret. All these facts are provable. Again, all allegations of abuse, including any that I haven't seen, are false. I'm just a nerd in a flat. I don't have the power to get anyone fired or ruin anyone's career. Even when I was running Fail Better years ago, it was a little indie shop that nearly went bankrupt twice. If the purpose of this is to defend women, why has no one ever approached my partner Lottie, ever? Then he put an update because his ex-wife Anna had read the post. And said, she reminds me that she actually said something general about how she was happy to go on the record with a quote about me being a bit of a dick. Rather than specifically, you can quote me on that. She points out that you can quote me on that makes her sound like a third-rate TV show character.
So basically, instead of offing himself, he's basically fighting back against these assholes.
Yeah.
And this is apparently a follow-up to an article that that his wife had put up called Bloodsport: Call Out Culture from the Other Side. So they're not taking it. The lawyers aren't getting involved, but they're basically saying, "Fuck you. We didn't do. We did." As far
if I was in this
we're not the monsters that you want to claim that we are.
If I was in this position, I'd sue.
This is one of those things where it's tricky to be actionable, but moving past that, we have 3 out of the 4 for the Unholy Quartet this week. And one of them got so bad that I ended up ranting about how many things I had to cover when it came to this.
Oh yeah.
Oh god, this is a 1 hour special here.
Yeah.
So let us start off with One Life 2K.
And each day that follows, 'cause we only have one night.
2K. and of course, gotta begin with this. Fuck you, Zelnick!
Fuck you, Zelnick!
So, once again, we have our old punching bag in VG247 who decided to get triggered over dwarfism in Borderlands.
Drink.
Oh, God. I'll be back in a second.
Because-
Hopefully I get back before we get to Pitchford.
That it's basically they're complaining that dwarfism is a consistent target for comedy throughout Borderlands 2 and to a degree 3. To that I say, I make short jokes all the time and people make tall jokes against me. Cry more, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously. Ugh, I hate that idea that you can't make jokes about any quote-unquote protected group, because then if we removed all those kind of jokes, there'd be nothing left to joke about.
How many short and tall jokes have Lady K and myself exchanged during the 2 times I've been at MetroCon?
Oh, it's just never stopping with you two, and you guys both laugh it off. All right, even Lady K, who can get a little pissed off when you make a short joke at her, even she starts laughing at it eventually because she goes, "You're just having fun." That's the key. If you're doing it purely for the sake of having fun and you're not intentionally trying to insult them, it's not a bad thing.
I was at a local con in Minneapolis a long ass time ago, and there was one person who was cosplaying as Edward Elric, and of course I had to be a dick. So
because of course you had to.
So I walked past. I asked if I could get a photo, and then I said, "Aren't you a little short to being an alchemist?" And she goes into the full rant, and instead of just walking it off, I said, "You know what? I'm gonna milk this." And we basically just traded barbs at each other for about 10 minutes.
Damn.
I wish that was on video.
Yeah, In a way, it kind of reminds me of that one Darkness cosplayer at MetroCon this year who was very in character. I think you know which one I'm talking about, Shades.
Probably.
But just this is one of those cases where, look, just because you, I understand that you got bullied as a 5-year-old, but that's no reason to assume that everyone is gonna bully you.
Yeah, and also I like to throw out something here. This author, Jeremy Peel, how much you want to bet he himself is not a dwarf or disabled in any way? You know,
he more than likely isn't. Yeah.
And for the dwarf, for the vertically challenged out there, if they legitimately had a problem with it, I know for a fact they don't take that shit lightly. They would have sued.
So you guys couldn't hear me at all.
Yeah.
You got muted again.
No. Do you know who that the dwarves and the midgets use to address problems such as in game movies? They don't use some random fucking blogger. It's an organization called the Little People of America. Okay, and these people have a lot of fucking weight. All right.
Thank you. That's
so
what
that's who it would have come from. It would have come from them, and it would have been like, we are displeased about the way you portray little people in your product. And, anybody knows that these motherfuckers got really big fists.
Thank you, Ralph. That's what I was getting at. Thank you.
How do I know? Because I used to fuck midget girls. That's how I know.
That doesn't surprise me knowing you.
And of
that's
course,
my point. It's like, I know those fuckers. They don't take that shit lightly.
Yeah, and of course, in the comments, they got blown the fuck out. They got
ratioed.
Yep, they got blown out harder than the Miami Dolphins.
Oh!
But did they get blown up worse? Did they get blown out harder than a nickel hooker's ass on Fleet Week? That's the question.
I'm not at liberty. But then we ended up getting some bullshit problems with Borderlands 3. The first being save data loss being reported by PC players.
Oh, dear God in hell.
What else is new? It's a fucking Borderlands product. You're lucky if your fucking video card doesn't catch on fire.
Apparently, this has to deal with some bugs in cloud saves. And to be quite honest, I've never been a fan of cloud saving.
No.
Yeah, neither have I.
Cloud saving. That's asking for trouble.
Like
Clearly.
if you use it as I'll sometimes use cloud saving as a kind of backup in case a game I installed ends up having issues, and I've had to do it plenty of times when it comes to Bethesda games because, well, fucking Bethesda.
Yes, first mod you always download for a Bethesda game is an autosave.
Yeah, and number two, like I said, anything you store on the cloud, that's asking for trouble. Because because what if something catastrophic happens to the servers? Your cloud save's fucked. You might, like I said, always do a hard save on put on your phone, put on your tablet. At least you have something physical to save to.
Buy a thumb drive, you cheap motherfucker.
Yeah,
I've got plenty of
drive.
Yeah, I've got plenty of thumb drives. And Monopoly, yes, I know about the new dinosaur name. As laughable as it is, I can't cover it here because then we're gonna get in trouble. And
what is
Homer,
it? Pepsasaurus?
And Homer, I don't think this is part of the whole Epic Store exclusive. It's just design incompetence. But speaking of incompetence, let's talk about Randy Pitchford doing a humble brag.
Oh yeah,
and the Bitchford saga continues.
Fucking Bitchford, hit them.
Yeah.
What did he do this time?
Dumbass. Fuck you, Bitchford. Dumbass. Twice as high. I'm pressing X right off the bat.
Now, he's claiming that the launch day peak concurrent players was twice as high as the all-time peak concurrent players of Borderlands 2. Which allow me to do the same translation I did for Polygon earlier today. You are a fucking retard and do not know shit from Shinola.
After seeing that by the way, guys, when you get time, go check out Short Fat Otaku's take on fucking Gearbox. It came out today.
And being honest there, Aaron, me and SFO kind of have a history. I don't think I'll be watching his stuff.
Oh, you got beef?
Dude, he used to work for us.
Oh.
Keyword, used to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of has it out for me.
It's a long,
complicated story, but yeah.
Okay, y'all got beef. Okay, fair enough. But for those of you who don't have beef, go check it out.
Yeah. Now,
I just can't stand his voice.
Now, here's the thing. Using the launch day peak concurrent to claim some kind of victory shows that you have no idea how statistics work.
Yeah.
Because to be honest, having a large splash on launch day, that's nice and all, but you're not going to be able to keep that amount of numbers.
No
matter how you could have the best game on the goddamn planet and you would still have drop off. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. You know that you're going to inevitably have drop off. That's why you're promoting DLC before the game was even out. I'm not defending the fact that he was announcing post-launch DLC days before the game released. I'm just noting that that's a potential reason why, especially with a game like this. But here's the thing. Those kind of concurrent player numbers, that matters less when you're dealing with a game that's not strictly an online multiplayer game. Like, you can still play Borderlands 3 solo. It could be argued that.
But why would you?
That's not. I mean, that is not. For
Don't
me
you
to
have any
decide.
self-pride? I'm just gonna judge you.
Yeah, you can judge all day, but that's part of the reason the reason I didn't go all in on Borderlands is because it was very clear that some firefights were designed to be played by multiple people, and I don't like that kind of design. Like if you're going to give me the single player option, then the entire game should be balanced to assume that I'm playing on single player. If you do different kind of firefights, assuming that it's multiplayer. I know that's harder, but that's gonna give a better experience for both parties instead of fucking one over so that you can promote the other. But there were even more technical issues regarding Borderlands 3. Namely, heat management.
So we got a modern equivalent for the main reason for the Red Ring of Death. Great.
Oh my god.
Oh, dear flying God in heaven, not again. This is reminding me of when my laptop overheated, and I do not want to think about that again.
Drink.
Yeah, fucking drink.
Drink.
Now, apparently this is happening mainly on the Xbox One X.
Thank God.
Which some people are saying that it's because of the vapor chamber tech, but I don't see that as the case. Because if it was based on solely tech, then I would have heard other overheating problems from different games regarding that console. This is the first time I've heard of overheating issues with the Xbox One X. What I think this is poor optimization.
Of course.
That seems to be the
What is it with modern companies and not being able to optimize a fucking thing?
They're gold brickers, that's why.
And you would think the thing that I find baffling is that now maybe this changed with successive generations, but the Xbox Series has more or less been built on PC level architecture.
Yeah.
Now, if this happened with the PS4 Pro, I could somewhat understand it because the architecture for the PlayStation is its own beast entirely, which is why for some people they found it hard to program, especially the PS3. But even that's a stretch. Everything I hear about this just comes down to not being able to optimize. And it's also the reason why I have found myself being more and more against this notion of trying to throw everything onto every SKU that you can, because you end up having problems like this, or you end up having cases where one console ends up running better than the others because they had designed it for that first. Now I could make a joke about PC Master Race and all that. And Wolverine also makes a good point.
Oh, yes.
Wolverine makes a good point, saying the more computer specs occurred, more RAM, VRAM, and HD space, the less programmers had to optimize their code, and over time they forgot how to teach the new kids to optimize it all. Is my guess. I could certainly see that, especially given how Gearbox doesn't exactly have the best track record when it comes to optimizing their stuff. I mean, after all, they created a massive AI bug due to a fucking typo.
Yeah. Not gonna forget that shit.
But ultimately, I'm chalking this down to Hanlon's razor.
Okay. Yeah, they're idiots.
Same here.
Which routes I believe you're familiar with.
Never assume a malice when what could easily be explained by stupidity.
But speaking of stupidity, let's laugh at NBA 2K20 some more.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Oh, boy. Let's see what they've done. Yep.
It is now the second lowest rated game on Steam.
Oh, now you
That's the first
fucked up.
worst rated game.
Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up.
Apparently the worst rated is Flat Out 3, which I have never played.
Was it like? What is it like? Is it from the makers of Big Rigs Over the Road Racing?
No, the Flat Out series was in the same vein of Burnout initially, but I played the first 2 Flat Outs and they were good, dumb fun, but they point out the bottom 100. At one point, let's see what we've got: Flat Out 3, NBA 2K20, Airport Simulator 2014, Uriel's Chasm, Command and Conquer 4 Tiberian Twilight, Space-Based DF9, and Kinetic Void.
Command and Conquer 4. Ugh.
I was a big Command and Conquer fan. I am so glad I've avoided that one.
Yep.
I didn't, and I paid the price.
Apparently, this is the third case where an NBA 2K game has gotten on the shit list. 2K18 is 18th worst. 2K19 is 32nd worst.
Wow. Well, I understand why 2K18 was bad. Be fresh.
But I'd say it's completely deserved, and how appropriate that the cover for the article uses Le GM.
Of course.
Yeah. But then we ended up getting this little instance, and this is more of a damning statement on Peggy than anything else. And
there we go.
Shades, I think it's time to break out the smug voice.
All right, give me a minute. I see the no, it's
Oh yeah, time to break out the San Francisco smug soy fuck.
Give me a minute. Let me pull up the link here. I didn't realize I was gonna be reading tonight, so give me a sec. Here we go. Okay. So you want me to read the whole thing?
Just go after the first large paragraph.
So from the second paragraph on? Okay.
Yeah.
The game that is available to consumers today does not contain simulation or images of gambling as it can be played in casinos. There are some mechanics to randomly appoint opponents or rewards for winning a game without wagering money or making bets, but they do not resemble casino products. These differences mean there was no reason to change the rating of the game. We take note of the discomfort and concern that people are expressing with mechanics or aesthetics in games that bear resemblances to gambling. As a rating organization, we continuously review how and whether new development should be reflected in our classification criteria, but it is important to maintain an objective and fact-based classification system. We will properly assess how the rating system and the video games industry in general should address these concerns. Kind regards, Peggy Consumer Affairs.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, go to hell, Peggy.
And Undead and Doku are just dead.
Bullshit! Yeah. Okay. Once again, we will make the comparison here because, fine, these don't actually cost any real money, but here's the thing. It is still a slot machine, a pachinko machine, and a roulette wheel in a video game. You gave Pokemon Red and Blue a higher rating for a fake slot machine that actually didn't cost any money either. Your argument is invalid!
What the hell?
You know, this is how the feds start investigating people. And now if the ESRB and Peggy start getting involved, you know damn well that on the ESRB side, the U.S. government's going to get involved. On the Peggy side, the freaking EU is going to get involved. I don't want these two guys stepping in because it can lead to larger problems in the future. But at this point, you know what? I'm beginning to think they want this sort of problems just so they can get rid of their competition. They figure, oh, the best way to do that is have the freaking government step in and get rid of the problems for us. Here's the problem, though. They're probably gonna go after everybody, even them. So I don't know where their fucking heads are.
Commies get the bullet too.
Exactly.
And then it gets worse because
in that case, they get this.
Yep. But this gets better.
But wait, it gets better.
Because we have one person at Freud Valhalla on Twitter who did a similar complaint to the ESRB.
Oh, let me do this one. Okay, because this is the ESRB. I think that should be the theme here. Shades will do the Peggy guy. I'll do the ESRB guy. That'd be freaking hilarious.
Have fun, Aaron. Have fun.
All right. Ahem. Let's do this. Hi, Chris. Thank you for reaching out to us regarding the rating for NBA 2K20. ESRB assigns Asia content ratings based on the final content of a game and the contest in which it was presented to the player. Content shown in trailers does not factor into our rating assignments. ESRB stands by our rating assignment for NBA 2K20, which is E, everyone, with mod language, users interact, and in-game purchases. Please click here for NBA 2K20's complete rating information, including its rating summary.
I'll take a summary. Bullshit.
Oh, wait. Daily double.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that. Daily double.
I'm wagering all of it for their bullshit.
Oh, no, guys. I think we have to call this. We've got two different rating systems, both giving us the same amount of bullshit.
Oh,
you know what that means?
Yep.
That's number 3.
God damn it.
Yep. And I find the whole we don't factor in trailers except it was a trailer showing gameplay footage. You're going to tell me that you do that showing gameplay footage is not the same as what's going to actually be in the game, even though people have already pointed out that these things are in the damn game, so using the trailer as a basis is no argument. Plus, that whole in-game purchases thing, you really think that fixed anything? All that did was slap a bandage.
Yep.
And not even a very good one either.
Because
we're talking like a great value bandage.
By that same logic, the faction packs that you can get as expansion DLCs for a Total War game count as in-app purchases on the same level as loot boxes.
Exactly. Hell, DLC, full game DLC, is now being put into the same box as loot boxes.
Yeah, that's stupid. At least you get content with DLC. Loot boxes, you may or may not get anything. More leaning on may not get anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But if they're going to be claim that so much regarding gambling, I want to point out that their esports league banned someone for providing tips to bettors.
Oh, the irony!
Irony!
It's like you're claiming that you don't have a fucking casino, and yet you banned someone for gambling.
Well, you better take that. Yeah, if you're gonna play that casino shit, you're gonna have to take that shit. Comes with the territory, bud.
Mm-hmm.
And Homer said he posted something on the quest board. Let's see what we've got.
Yeah, I was just looking at it actually. Basically, Sony Interactive is joining forces with the United Nations to combat climate change.
Fucking drink. Jesus Christ.
Fail, but not spicy enough.
Yeah, not spicy.
So then we have the fact that Rockstar decided to set up their own launcher, because that's what I needed, another fucking launcher. I've already got enough.
How many fucking launchers are gonna have?
For the Steam, and they Trojan horsed the thing into the Steam version of GTA 5, and because of that,
drink.
Well, looks like I ain't playing GTA 5. Thanks, assholes.
The only reason I even downloaded the launcher is because it came with a free copy of GTA San Andreas, so fuck it.
Oh, well. Well, you got a free game out of it, so, oh well.
That's the only reason I'm getting this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have touched it with a 20-foot pole.
But the reason this is a problem is because that means you can't. They effectively took away the option of playing offline mode for GTA 5.
Well, that goes out the window.
Time. Do you want piracy? Because this is how you get piracy.
Yeah, trying to promote their games as a service garbage.
And I can already hear people sailing the high seas.
Yeah, where's my rum? Where is my rum?
Where's the rum gone?
But that covers the stuff from 2K. And now we have a case of, and this wasn't directly related to them fucking up, but it relates to one of their games. So it's time to revisit the asshats of Activision.
Of Activision.
Stop crying over Willie.
Oh, I love how we all getting the bit for that.
Yeah, but I said something different because they're crying about Willie Pete again.
Yep.
So stop crying about Willie Pete.
IGN decided to cry about the white phosphorus kill streak in the upcoming Modern Warfare. And
did we already have this argument? Did we already discuss this?
We did, but then they decided to double down and try and pull an argument from authority by saying no, you should take this out and going with it. And his argument for why, because the writer is a former Marine.
Here's the problem with this guy. Yes, he served, but what did he serve in during his time in the Marines? An intelligence officer. Yeah.
Which he conveniently which he conveniently skims over in this whole thing. Let's see. He says that
Of course.
He says that he did an enlistment for 5 years, which included OIF and OEF.
Wait a minute. Is Ralph still around here?
You didn't get muted again, did you?
Oh, he's taking a smoke. Oh, I wanted him to take a crack at this asshole.
Oh, I get the feeling he would have raged. I can already sense the rant from here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really.
But
bad time to take a smoke.
In lieu of that, it is time for another instance of logical fallacy theater.
Yep.
In this case, our logical fallacy, and more importantly, another bit of me attempting to speak Latin. Because our case here is argumentum ad, ab arctoriate.
Yeah, trying to argue for authority.
Also known as argumentum ad veracundium. It is where you're effectively trying to argue from authority. Trying to say that because of this or that experience, that means that your argument has more weight. Even though the problem is that it doesn't change the actual words being said. And that is the reason why I had to put this particular one. And also, this guy is this guy is one of those lefty tough guys. Because he had no problem with milkshakes being thrown at Andy No and Carl Benjamin.
Oh, there goes the validity of his argument right out the window. Bye bye.
And he made some not so subtle jabs at Jeremy during the whole quartering versus the quarter pounder.
Oh yeah, this guy. Something tells me this guy's an It's one of those Antifa supporters, man. You know what? You know what that means. Time to throw him out of a helicopter.
Mm-hmm. Fire up the engines.
Yes, sir. Support Antifa tactics. You get a helicopter ride.
But for free. The thing that annoys me about his argument is that it's very weaselly. It's like saying things like, "I don't object to things like Willie Pete being examined in games so long as we depict them as they truly are." Here's the thing. The games that you bring up as positive examples in what you want are you bring up Metal Gear, you bring up Spec Ops: The Line, and you're effectively killing off my enjoyment of Spec Ops in the process. But those are mostly single-player experiences. You're complaining about a multiplayer experience. You cannot have that kind of narrative control that you want when you're dealing with multiplayer. That is not an endorsement or a condemnation. That's just the facts. And he goes on to a great deal about what white phosphorus does and how dangerous it is. And yeah, we all know that. That's why the thing has the reputation that it does. But what I find very annoying is him using the weasel word of, "Oh, he only wants to start a conversation about its use." No. He's basically pulling the whole. No. I'm not saying that I want it banned, but I want it to be removed from the game. No, you want it fucking
guess
banned.
What, you cheeky little son of a bitch? It's already banned through the Geneva Convention, and it's a fucking video game. So go fuck yourself, you two-faced fucking whore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what it is I love when somebody looked into his
There you are, Ralph.
Mm-hmm.
Get
him! If I recall correctly, when they looked into his background, they found that he's full of shit.
Okay, Ralph, this is your wheelhouse.
Well, before you delve into it, I want to ask this: Is he a stolen valor?
I don't know. I haven't read the article. I've heard some people say that he is. Some people said he isn't. Some people said he's just hyping up his career, which is not a problem. But the big thing is somebody pointed out that he doesn't have a combat action. And that's a big thing, because they started handing out combat action ribbons in the 2000s to show who had actually been in combat and who was just in theater. Some people said he doesn't have one. Some guys were looking into it. But the big thing is he acts like white phosphorus is used. And white phosphorus is used. Yes, everybody says it's banned by the Geneva Convention. No, it's only banned by certain signatories of that section, of which the United States, China, and Russia all said no. What it is that was insisted upon by countries who, oh God, when you get the Geneva Convention since the 1970s, the Geneva Convention has been more about limiting the powers of the world powers and less about actual war crimes and stuff like that. If it limits the U.S. and it limits everybody else, then they're more than happy for it. White phosphorus, he's correct, and white phosphorus is a smoke round, and it throws out white phosphorus, which burns as long as it can get oxygen. It is a pretty nasty thing, but it's been out there. I've got some scars on my arm from getting flecks of it on me, and it should be in games because these same games have napalm, nuclear weapons, flamethrowers, regular grenades. I mean, he's acting like gamers don't know that white phosphorus burns and burns the fuck out of you.
Yeah,
he's acting like nobody knows this except him because he's some fucking cranny.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny, Ralts? Because of their bitching about Willie Pete, I've resolved to put Willie Pete in my game.
Well, he's a cran eater, and I don't know why anybody's paying attention to what a fucking cran eater says anyway.
Cran eater? Well, I don't understand. I don't understand what you're.
He's a Marine.
Oh.
He's a Marine, and the only thing anybody asks what a Marine about is what crayons taste like. Okay, nobody gives a shit. Nobody's ever cared about a Marine's opinion except for other Marines. I mean, and he acts like, and plus I think he was JAG. I'd have to look it back up, but somebody look up to it.
I heard he was I heard that most of his experience was an intelligence officer.
Oh, big fucking deal. The one. See, I read that I've read he was enlisted. I've read he was an officer. If he was an officer, the only thing anybody needs to ask him about is what other officer dicks taste like. Right? Because that's it. And if he was in intelligence, he's probably the dumbest motherfucker to walk. Okay, yes, you need a high IQ to be military intelligence because you have to deal with like 4 Skype windows at once or some shit. But I'm gonna tell you, have you ever met that motherfucker who's got a really high IQ, who can do calculus in his head, who can calculate thrust to mass ratios in his head, but you wouldn't trust to open a jar of pickles? That's military intelligence right there.
So basically, this is the military equivalent of Chris Cluey, right?
This is the military equivalent of a guy whose cousin is a cop telling you how dangerous AR-15s are. Okay, nobody cares about his opinion because he's a crank. And if he doesn't like that I said that about him, he can suck my army dick.
I will actually extend an invitation. John Phipps, I know you're not gonna watch this, but I'll put it like this: if you have a problem with the fact that Ralph is dumping on your service record that hard, my contact info is open. You are free to come in. I will freely host a debate between you two. We can say that we're taking over internet blood sports and bringing back a one night only Bloodapalooza.
Yes.
Well, see,
I would pay to see that.
I am nothing but a harmless remp. Have no fear of me. They didn't give. I don't have a combat action ribbon. I don't have any of that neat stuff. I have a completely my DD4 214 has like 3 awards on it. I think I got like an RCOM. I got a good conduct medal, even though I had an field grade Article 15, and I have the medal that says that I was drunk. So if he wants to show up, I'll be glad to argue with him. First, we'll find a cran eater to English translator, so we can have somebody tell us what the fuck he's saying. Frankly, I want to know who Ghost wrote this article because I don't care if he's intelligent or not. I'm surprised he has the brain power to turn on here, especially with what he's about. White phosphorus is used in everything from artillery and what's called a shake and bake to, if you really want to find out if they're hiding down there, you just drop a WP grenade down there and the white phosphorus usually lets. Yeah, you listen for the screams. It's no big deal. But I love the way he acts. Like he's coming off as some moral authority. Every civilian who's ever thought that their opinion fucking matters has said, "Oh, we shouldn't use white phosphorus. We shouldn't use white phosphorus." Well,
Ralph, let me interject.
Why not?
I'll guarantee you. No, I'm not. I'll guarantee you. Considering considering that he thwarted the attack against Sargon and Andy No, I guarantee you that he probably wouldn't have a problem throwing it at throwing Willie Pete during a Proud Boys rally. I give you 10-1 he would not have a problem
more
about
than
that.
likely.
Oh,
Well,
I'll bet he furiously masturbated over the thought of doing it to other people. I'll guarantee you. He just
Well, I
wants
know
to
my
come off on his
civilian-
high horse.
That's
I know my
that's the
civilian
vibe
opinion
that
doesn't
that's the
count for
vibe that I
shit.
kept getting is somebody who was grossly overcompensating, especially with his Twitter profile where he's holding a hammer over his shoulder like he's some lumberjack.
Well, like Ralph said, I know my civilian opinion doesn't count for shit, but anything short of dirty bombs or thermonuclear weapons, hydrogen weapon, plutonium bombs, why the fuck shouldn't we use white phosphorus? As long as it fucking doesn't get our troops killed and gives us a tactical advantage, give me a decent reason not to use it.
Yeah, really.
Well, and there is a reason to use this stuff. You know, despite what people like him say, there is a reason to use this stuff. I mean, I'm even down with nuclear weapons within certain limited circumstances. They're nothing to be afraid of. I mean, they're just large explosives. Who gives a shit? But when you get right down to it, his whole article comes across as, "Oh, I was a Marine, so pay attention to my opinion." And then he doesn't, he doesn't go into why he thinks it is beyond what it does. And you can find his fucking opinion on what it does on any episode of MASH.
You'd probably be more.
I
more
could
entertained
make
watching MASH.
Yeah, I could make an argument that white phosphorus is actually not that bad compared to, say, some of the other shit we use. And besides, everybody uses nasty shit in warfare, and these guys act like nobody does.
Let me break out some Latin for Mr. Phipps. Inter arma enim silent legis. In times of war, the law falls silent. But I think we've delved on that because we have one final part of the unholy quartet to deal with, and this time, get the Sunny Rec ready because it's time for EA Egregious Assholes. The gang posts a non-update.
Let's see how bad the gang fucked up this week.
This time, a non-update update.
Oh, so what did the gang do? I missed it because Flutter talked.
Sorry.
So apparently they put up an update called "What is next for Anthem," and they talked about how they're ending, how Cataclysm is ending, and apparently they're saying that they are trying to move towards doing seasonal content for Anthem.
Really?
So now they're the Sims. Now they're the Sims. Great.
The gang has no idea how to schedule.
Exactly.
Except the reason why Anthem players are so pissed at you is the sheer lack of endgame content.
Yeah.
And you had a golden opportunity to address this with the Cataclysm. But you reduced it to a seasonal event. And are effectively back. You're going to be back at square one in a few months, or whenever the thing ends.
Give this
Oh,
damn
that's
thing
what
a
you get when you
burial
make your
already.
big. That's what you get when you make your big event turn into nothing but a fucking Instagram filter.
Yep.
Yeah. So at this point, time to give this game a burial. It's past.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think it's. I feel bad for the people who are still playing, honestly, and of course the Anthem subreddit has been blowing them out. With the following.
Of course, as usual.
The following comments.
As usual.
It's another day ending in Y.
Yep. Anthem's vision of the future versus Destiny's vision of the future is the most extreme difference I've ever seen in two games with 10-year plans. Anthem and BioWare. We have no news to share, but we hear your feedback and want to improve the game. Also, we're removing all our acts because we really do not have any vision on what to do. Because they killed off their roadmap.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that went up shit's creek.
Destiny Bungie. See our 10-minute video documentary showcasing changes and our passion for this game. We don't have full specifics on everything we are doing, but we have ideas that we are sharing to the community and plan to roll out incremental steps over the next 3 seasons of content.
Bullshit!
Yep.
Remember, Bungie is independent, and they have been working tirelessly to undo a lot of the monetization bullshit.
Yeah, they've been trying to unfuck themselves any way they can, and after what fucking Kotick did.
Which
and it's actually been somewhat working. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Destiny. Yeah, but Anthem, we hear you, but we don't know what we're doing. Destiny. Yeah. Here's all this shit we are actually working on. You can see for yourself, so you know we ain't bullshitting yet. Here you go. Enjoy our game. Guess which one's working.
They already have an expansion coming up in a few months.
Yep.
So he goes on to say, I made a post a few weeks earlier about being worried BioWare has not shared any specifics for what comes next after Cataclysm. Well, the blog post just confirmed most of the community's worries. There is not a good plan for the game still, 6+ months after the release of this live service 10-year plan game, and there is no roadmap to show. This is scary for the longevity of this game. In comparison, Bungie and Destiny put together an amazing video documentary on their plans moving forward for the next year. It's insane how AAA Studio 1 versus AAA Studio 2 can be so completely different in how they are handling this. I guess the Bungie split from Activision was truly beneficial for the health of that franchise.
Yeah. Meanwhile, when it comes to the freaking continuing folly, it's like this.
Then put your little hand in mine. There ain't no hill or mountain we can't climb. Babe, I got you, babe.
So in other words, the anthem of Washington sports.
Yep.
Sorry, Doku. You know I'm right.
No, I'm not going to disagree.
They're about to hit a brick wall tomorrow night.
I want to disagree, but I have no valid argument to state a disagreement on. I concede this one without even trying.
Yeah, the only way to win is if the offense really fucks up.
Yeah.
I mean, flukes do happen, but in this case, that's going to be one hell of a fluke.
Oh, definitely.
Also, fuck Snyder.
Yeah.
Oh God, anyone who's an actual Skins fan cannot fucking asshole.
Fuck Snyder.
He doesn't give a fuck about the team. He only cares about merchandise sales.
Merchandising. It's like fucking space. He's like yogurt from Spaceballs.
Well, selling the merchandise and also seeing how many fucking season tickets and how many skyboxes you get.
Yep. Anyway, it is time for our main event.
Yep.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this one personally.
Here we go.
Amen to that.
I know you want to see this.
Ooh, brace yourselves, boys.
Here we go. This one.
We have
Can I
a
please
double
take
main
me
event.
into CBR space?
We have a double main event, aka no main event.
No main
also,
event.
Zeltrex, never cut me off again.
Yes.
Because, yes, before I was so rudely interrupted, I have finally found something that has been worthy enough to make me talk about the trash fire that is comic book resources.
And he's not alone.
Fuck comic
Here
book
we go again.
resources.
Because whenever they try and talk about anime, or anything but anime especially, they end up being completely and utterly pants on head retarded.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So
warn you boys. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We'll start off with them talking about Hiroaka.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna warn you boys. They're stepping into my wheelhouse.
Yep.
This is my territory. They better be ready, because I am ready to murder.
Well,
I'll be right there with you.
Well, you're a point man in this one Shades.
Well, when life gives you lemons, blood for the blood god.
Yep.
Yep.
Skull is for the fucking skull throne. Let's grind our axes.
Oh, yes.
So, our first one claims that Uraraka somehow breaks the shonen female lead curse.
Eh?
What?
Yeah!
What?
How did I miss this one?
I have no idea what kind of weeb shit you're talking about.
Routes, you let me handle this, because this is my territory, and these motherfuckers just stepped in shit.
Oh yeah.
When I was
Anyone got that Jeff Goldblum button?
Yeah,
You know what? As a matter of fact, I think I do.
Mm-hmm.
That is one big pile of shit.
Thank you, Dr. Malcolm.
I want to share with you guys an image that I have used previously, and I shared this with you yesterday.
Last night, yeah.
right around the time that there was the candy bar wars, because, well, Snickers, Reese's, Milky Way, Kit Kat, M&M's, Twix. One has to go. Which one do you choose? I have no dog in the fight because of obvious reasons.
Yeah.
I was never a fan of Reese's peanut butter cups, to be honest. So.
Oh, blasphemy!
Nah,
Snickers,
dude, I'm
personally,
Twix.
Snickers can get the hell out of here, as far as I'm concerned.
But this particular image I have used infrequently, and I'm going to briefly show it here and show it on the stream.
I remember this image.
Oh, I love this.
The point of the image is to show that people who demand strong the phrase, and I want to make some. It's one of those things I have to make clear that I don't have an issue with the phrase strong female lead, or just the phrase strong female, because whenever you do that, you're showing that you do not care about characterization to me. But this is a demonstration of you always see this where somebody acts like, well, I'll use Captain Marvel as an example. People were acting complete dead-ass legit, as if that was the first strong superheroine in film adaptation.
When she clearly wasn't.
Yeah, so...
And honestly, the only thing strong about her was the smell, but I digress.
Yeah.
So, he opens up by saying that a lot of shonen anime do not have well-written female characters.
Oh, for one.
X.
No, that's not X. That's not an X. This is this.
Bullshit!
Yeah, that
He then tries to weasel saying that there are exceptions, and then brings up Bleach and Dragon Ball. And I'm not going to give him flack for his choice of exception.
Rukia.
No, I'm not. No.
Bulma?
Flutter. I'm not giving him flack for his invocation of exceptions. I'm giving him flack for the fact that he pulled a weasel argument, saying a lot of them do not have well-written females, and then saying The only reason he puts in there are exceptions is specifically for people like me, so that when we bring something up, they can just say, well, that's an exception. Except, how many exceptions does it take before it becomes the rule?
Yeah.
Exactly. Because trust me, if I really wanted to, I could go down that road and rip this guy's argument a new one. I don't have to, because any decent anime fan worth their fucking salt could do it in 2 seconds without even trying.
Oh, I'll just do it real quick right now. Whether you consider it shonen or not, the genres are similar enough. So, good sir, tell me how you feel about Akame and Esdeath from Akame ga Kill. I'll sit and I'll wait.
Amen to that.
I need to watch that
I
show.
don't know because I'm not gay.
Hey, Routes, careful. You're walking into my territory here, pal.
It's routes. You get used to it.
I know, but I'm still going. You gonna start shitting on anime? We got some fighting words here, bro.
Actually, I have watched a few. I like One Punch Man. I think he's funny.
Hey, all right,
One
you
Punch
got
Man
good
is fucking
taste in that.
awesome.
No argument there.
Anyone who doesn't
One
like
Punch Man
One
is awesome.
Punch Man has problems. That shit's fucking
At least
hilarious.
season 1. I heard season 2 is kind of mixed, but
Yeah,
it's all right.
Anyway,
yeah,
he claims that that a lot of leading ladies in anime function as the love interest or the load the heroes have to save.
No.
No.
Are you saying
no?
Oh God, I know where this is fucking going. I know where this is fucking going. You're pulling a Saint Anita. You're pulling
damn
the
it.
damsel argument.
I heard the last of that bitch.
Nope, she never goes away. She's like a cockroach. You can't kill her.
Fuck it, I'm gonna try killing her anyway.
In Minecraft.
Well, you can always use white phosphorus.
Yeah.
And we're back.
Drink for savagery.
I love it. I love it.
But then they go into the point by bringing in Uraraka, and claim that this is a breaker of the shonen lead curse.
Bullshit!
For God's sakes. For God's sakes.
Bullshit!
But in the next part, they argue anime has a vast array of terrific female characters, even in anime geared primarily towards a male audience like shonen is. Why do I sense a sneer in that?
Yeah, a little.
Did they just debunk their own article? Like, you just completely went against the point you're trying to make. Like,
Oh, and I love the paragraph that's coming up here in a minute that completely destroys the very point they're trying to make because
they just debunked their own article within 5
Mildred,
minutes.
can I
New
read this
record.
one paragraph, please?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Many female characters in shonen anime tend to have either a periphery impact on the plot or are a goal for the male hero to obtain. Characters like Rukia from Bleach or Urza from Fairy Tail are powerful, yes, but they are usually not the core focus of the conflict. Newsflash, neither is Uraraka! Congratulations! You played yourself!
Oh, yes, definitely.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
And are they trying to argue that they should be the main focus of the conflict because vagina?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Apparently. Seriously.
Female privilege.
So let's see. We can bring up Madoka Magica. We can bring up Dirty Pair. We could bring up Slayer. How many more could we bring up before
we could go all fucking day, and you know what?
Shit.
But here's the problem. He's arguing about Uraraka, Uchako Uraraka from Hiroaka, who I might want to remind some people is not the main character of that anime. She is just as much a principal character as Urza and Rukia. So basically, this tells me that whoever wrote this fucking article isn't even an anime watcher.
Oh,
Not only
Let's bring up one of the most popular ones.
I'm gonna
the
go
Major from Ghost in the Shell.
I'm gonna go one step further. this is not somebody who understands how story works, because what they're effectively arguing is that because this character is female, that somehow let me put aside gender for the moment. What they are arguing is that the secondary characters in a story with a primary protagonist should be given the same amount of attention that the protagonist does. You can get away with that in a long ass novel where you have multiple points of view.
Yeah, really.
You cannot get away with that in a visual medium that has very set time limits and very strict limits about what you can present. Not because of censors, but simply because of the fact that you're dealing with a different medium.
Yeah.
Well, again, the Major from Ghost in the Shell. Anyone that says she's not the primary focus of the story, I don't know what the fuck you're smoking, but how much does it cost per gram?
When it comes, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure about using the Major as an example, because if there was anybody who was the focal point when it comes to Ghost in the Shell, it's Ishikawa.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. So how about the chick from a certain scientific railgun? She quite literally is the focal point of the story for that particular iteration of that.
Don't forget Alita.
The point is that this is a person who does not understand the role of supporting characters.
Of course not.
Oh, clearly.
They probably wonder why the.
Yeah, Shade, you were wondering who wrote the article? Anthony Gramuglia. I know.
Never
weird
heard of
name.
it.
Oh, God.
Ralph, you were
That
saying something before you got
motherfucker.
cut off?
Yeah.
This sounds like somebody who would write an article complaining that the ensign down on deck 5 didn't get a full episode devoted to himself.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
pretty much
he
it.
sounds like one of these guys that goes, I watched The Terminator and I wondered why we didn't get a full story on the bouncer at the club and what his character arc was, because you never know what he was doing there. They're just these fucking morons they don't even know about characterization. If you look at who they celebrate as strong female characters, it's all fucking psychopaths that I'd never work with. And I'm sorry, I'm going to come out here and I'm going to say it right here on this fucking channel. Anyone who points at Janeway, Captain Janeway from Star Trek as a fucking effective female commander,
nope.
Go neck yourself, faggot.
Preach,
because
brother,
she is
preach.
probably one of the worst female officers I have ever seen displayed in media.
Ralph, just rest assured, you and I are on the same fucking page, brother.
But they're all like, she was a strong female character. No, she wasn't.
Bullshit. Seven of 9 was more compelling than Janeway was.
Well, Janeway abused her authority routinely. She set double standards. She shows favoritism. I mean, anything that they'll tell you do not do during leadership school, this bitch ran right out to do it, yelling, "You're not the boss of me."
Yeah, so Admiral Hodo.
Yeah, Holdo was a more effective leader.
Yeah, so you know what? You know what it is? This is what this idiot is demonstrating is when it comes to storytelling, he is demonstrating the Dunning-Kruger effect.
This is what I was going to say. This person clearly does not fucking understand storytelling in anime or regardless of any other medium. And this is something, since I know Raltz is not an anime fan, just to put in a different example. This is the type of person that would claim the President or fucking Starbuck from Battlestar Galactica were not major characters and only supporting characters. This is the type of individual we're dealing with.
Are you talking the original? Because in the original, and the only Battlestar Galactica to come out, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because the President was killed in the opening episodes.
No, I'm talking about the sci-fi reboot.
There was no such thing, and I'll fucking neck you.
Well, reimagining would be a better way to put it.
Oh,
But
you
still,
mean
this is-
autistic, furiously fast masturbating fan fiction that happen to have Cylons and a few names? Because
I'm just making
sorry,
a point.
I will say, for anybody who hasn't gotten around to watching it, I'll sum up the entire series for you. They're all Cylons. There, I saved you a fucking week.
Yeah, well, he's not wrong. But no, I'm making a point. This type of person would argue that the president and fucking Starbuck in that sci-fi version would be not main characters and only supporting cast, which would be a really stupid argument to try to make, regardless if you like the show or not.
But then it gets worse because then he tries to downplay and outright shame the concept of love interests. And he brings us his example.
Of course he does.
God's sake.
He brings us his example, Kaoru from Rurouni Kenshin.
Oh, good
That
Lord
compared
in
to- that compared to
heaven.
all these skills.
Oh, now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you
Is it
fucked up.
stuck?
Now you fucked up.
You pulled a sci-fi ichi harem anime to try to support your argument against strong shonen female protagonists.
Where'd you
We said Rurouni Kenshin, not Tenchi Muyo.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought. Oh no, I got the two mixed up. God, that just goes to show you how long it's been since I've seen those shows.
Put your
This
head
is
back
why I'm
down.
here, brother.
You got
I
that
got
old
your back.
school problem.
Now,
Yeah, it's
Still,
thinking
yeah,
Tenchi Muyo.
Rurouni-
Either
yeah.
way, my argument still holds.
Apparently
No, I
the
agree.
reason for the argument here is that she is useless. And let me just say,
Useless?
I find this notion, putting aside the fact that she has been the main thing that had several times pulled Kenshin back from acting like his old self.
Mm-hmm.
There is also the fact that your boy Zach once said that SJWs do not human very well, and this is the key point.
they
There
don't.
is something very offensive to me about the phrase "this relegates her to the role of love interest," as if being a love interest
Isn't that-
in a story is somehow a demerit, a demotion.
Oh, God.
If I may.
Fucking drink for that stupidity.
Shades,
Yeah,
the
drink.
floor is yours.
Here's the thing. In any medium, much less anime, having a character that is not a badass, kick your ass fighter is not always a bad thing. You can have a character that is an emotional support, someone who helps bring you back mentally and emotionally. It's why genres like shoujo and romance anime exist, because you don't need that kind of thing. You can have characters with heart and emotion and feelings. And even in shonen anime, to have that kind of character, to humanize the lead, to make them appear as more than just a psychopathic murderer, is essential. You know, you need that kind of thing. So why denounce that as some kind of bad thing? Yes, it's nice to have a female who's going to be a badass and can kick ass, but you also need those characters. Yeah, he probably dropped for a second. We'll give him a minute. But to have those kind of characters that are there to bring you, to help you hold on to your humanity, to remind you why you're fighting, to remind you of your goals, and give you that strength emotionally to continue on at the darkest of times, that is just as essential as any badass fighting chick you can find. And that is why this article in particular offends me, not only as an anime fan, but as a fan of entertainment media in general. And I cannot stand people like this.
And hell, just to torpedo, like fucking dive bomb the ever-living shit out of the argument that this fucking jackoff is just trying to make, using an anime from one of the more recent seasons, this is like saying Raftalia from Rise of the Shield Hero is a useless character.
Oh, God.
Yeah, really?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's basically the argument he just tried to make. Well, guess what? She's a badass, and she also is the emotional support, and the only thing that keeps his mind from going full-on berserk mode. And just saying, fuck the world, let it burn.
Mm-hmm.
That is her primary purpose, and she is his sword to his shield. Your argument does not hold water. I hope your boat sinks to the bottom of the Marianas Trench where it belongs, you fucking jack off.
Amen to that.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
So let me get this straight. He argued against romance plots because the person is useless. Well,
Yeah.
he's useless too, yet here we are.
Thank you, Routes.
I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest. How many celebrated characters are useful? I mean, let's look at their favorite fucking character to wave around, Captain Marvel. What did she do? Besides, assisted in the help Thanos more than anything. Effectively, you could yank her for this. Here is the test: if you yank the character from the story and do not replace them, are they missed? If you yank Captain Marvel even from her own fucking movie, she's not missed. Okay, that's useless. That's fucking useless. If I can snatch your character and the story is better for it, then that character is useless. That robot in Solo, that thing's useless.
To kind of demonstrate that point, when The Force Awakens came along, I had projected a bit of a theory, especially given how much I am aware of J.J. Abrams' autistic mystery box shit. Because I distinctly recall that in all of the trailers leading up to The Force Awakens, there was no mention of Rey up until the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
And I started to theorize in my head a script where Finn was the main character, because the story kind of writes itself. Somebody on the other side who ends up switching sides when he sees his superiors taking one step too far. It's not, and obviously I would get rid of that fucking janitor bit because that was fucking stupid. But the story just writes itself after that. He was part of. You could have it that he was part of Ren's trooper guard, and go from there. And fully embrace Poe as the Han Solo equivalent in that regard.
That sounds like a much better movie. I'm much
make
more curious
Finn
about Finn. I don't give a fuck about Rey.
Yeah, make Finn the main focus. But the question is, how are you going to make him force sensitive? But then again, you don't need the main character to be a fucking Jedi to be a hero. Shit.
It's very you could easily write it off that it had been suppressed due to the training, or that he started to grasp that once he started thinking on his own, instead of just doing whatever he was told.
Hell, dude, you could even pull a Rise of the Mohicans and have him realize he's force sensitive by spending enough time around Kylo. Like, if you really wanted to go that route, it wouldn't be the most original thing in the world, but it would be an interesting twist on things. Like, his awakening to the fact that he's force sensitive could be one of the reasons that he decides, like, this is wrong. And that's what causes him to defect. I mean, there's a lot you could do.
Yeah.
And it's still a lot more interesting than fucking Mary Sue Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really.
But then he goes into trying to say that Uraraka defies the negative stereotype. It's not a stereotype if it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
And he starts his argument by Uraraka's arc not being defined by her relationship with any male character. Oh, I get it. I get it. The way to have strength is to not have relationships with the men's. Sorry, but Wonder Woman's not going to sleep with you.
And also, did you watch Rukia's character development through the Sarate arc in Bleach? Because I don't think you did.
Of course not.
Yep. And of course, she bringing up some of the background when it comes to Uraraka and some of the interactions with the other students. And then boasting about her being able to hold her own, and claiming that some of the other characters in anime can't, except once again, now to be fair, using Dragon Ball is a poor example because of the fact that Toriyama is a shit writer. But what I see out of this whole Hold Your Own is another example of not having a very strong understanding of what strength is in a character. Because let's be honest, whenever they talk about a female character being quote unquote strong, and this is why I hate the phrase, they end up use their idea of strength is very. Would the word juvenile be appropriate? Because it's the kind of strength that you would see in a Trekkie.
No, because at least a juvenile would have her, spouting fucking literary lines as she fucking bounces her tits across the fucking screen. These people are cold, sterile, and their strong female characters have all the emotional depth of a robot, and anybody in the face agrees with them in such a way that that nobody would want to be around them. Nobody would ever work with them. Nobody would want to be around them. Nobody would be friends with them unless they had a secret thing for fucking BSM. Okay, they don't. It's not a female character they like. What they like is the idea of being able to be nasty, mean, cruel, and physically abusive to anybody with no consequences.
I have no argument.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, also one that would just piss off this jack-off fucking. I'm kind of even gonna call him a writer. That would be a way too compliment.
He ain't no writer. He's a hack.
Yeah, he's a fucking hack. Shades, what's the redheaded devil chick from High School DxD?
I was hoping you'd bring that up. Fucking Rhys Gregory, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Rhys fucking Gregory. Thank you.
Yeah, tell me she's not a strong female character who is both stronger than the main character, the one that sets him on his journey, the one that gives him his motivation, and the one that is essentially the matriarch of her entire little devil group. And, oh, by the way, still embraces the sexualization. Like, tell me she's not a strong female character in the sense that any normal, sane person, like, normal, sane female would want to be.
I want to point something out, and this is something that I've hinted at, and I feel it's an apropos time to bring this up. I detest the phrase "strong female character." And the reason why I detest the phrase is not just because a lot of the quote unquote examples are anything but because the wording itself demonstrates a poor assertion of priorities. Because what you were telling me is that the character's backstory, talents, abilities, quirks, personality traits, etc. are secondary to the fact that she is female and can hold herself in a fight. And I'm sorry, but gender and being able to fight are not interesting character traits. They are not. They are the beginning of a character, not the end of it.
I'll be honest with you. Here's what they do. You know what they give an example of as a quote unquote strong female character? Bella from Twilight. That is wouldn't marry Sue and just causes a lot of bullshit.
See, this is why in my reviews for anime, I have never used that term, strong female character, in my reviews of characters. Because that's not what's important to me. I look deeper at what their story is about, what they're supposed to do. Are they, what's their emotional background? What are they trying to accomplish with the story using this character? And rest assured, 9 times out of 10, there's a lot more depth to that than these asshats ever considered.
Well, the thing is, normal people who actually look and appreciate what good storytelling is, when you hear strong female character, what you would normally think is, well, it's a strongly written character who happens to be female. Not Rey from The Last Jedi, who is a complete Mary Sue that has everybody bending over backwards to fucking support her every whim. So when I hear strong female character, what I'm saying is the character is strongly written. They're referring to the fact that my character's not Mary Sue enough. They need to make everyone stand in her shadow. And it's like, no, fuck you. Like any show that actually tries to portray one character as just an OP, I'm better than everybody else, unless that's the trope, like in One Punch Man, then no, that's just a shit story. And if that's the type of story you're writing and you're trying to be serious, then you're a really shit writer.
You know what? Let's wrap this up with one simple comment. The last thing anybody wants is a female Kirito.
Yes!
Hell yeah,
Pull out the
motherfuckers!
SAO.
You're not wrong, Shades. Too sweet.
You are not even wrong.
He's not wrong. We don't even want Kirito. We sure as hell don't want a female one.
Exactly.
I gotta take off, guys.
All right, man.
Ralph,
Stay
take it
stay
easy,
fresh.
Ralph.
What else is on? All right, take it easy.
Have a good one, brother.
Yeah. See you next week.
Something that my old friend Partisan had once said is art is not a math problem.
Makes sense.
And it also ties into something that Mika Curtis had brought up some time ago. And I know he can be a bit controversial, but I like Mika. But he had stated that a lot of these kind of people are more in love with the idea than in execution. Like people with the because when and I can see why, because an idea because being in love with the idea means that you have less intellectual work. And you don't have to think about characterization, which we can all be honest on this. Characterization is not exactly an easy affair.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's still a worthy affair.
It's more satisfying, really.
Oh yeah.
Well, hell, these are the same people that would get pissed off. Mildred, I don't know if you've seen this one. I know Shades has probably seen it, but these are the same people that would get pissed off at Elaine from Bone Lord and War Maiden, I think it was. I forget the Japanese name. The War Maiden anime. Yeah, you should check it out. It's actually pretty good. A lot of military tactics. Fantasy version of Europe. You'd probably like it.
Probably.
But yeah, they'd get pissed off at that. And the first thing that happens is a badass female chick on a horse tells a dude, drop your bow. You're from this point on now my property. Like, she takes him as a prisoner of war. That's literally the first opening scene, is her taking him as a prisoner of war. She's a war maiden that can use magic and uses a weapon made out of dragon bone or something. Like, but they of course conveniently choose to ignore characters like that as well.
Yeah.
Of course.
But then again, these are in the same breath that they'd say this sort of thing, they would also get triggered over Yayarozu's outfit and try and
they would
try and play apologetics as to why, even though there is a legitimate reason why her hero outfit is like that is somehow still Istanphobe and whatever buzzword you want to use.
Of course. Anyway, I'm gonna head out, guys.
All right, have a good one, Aaron.
Take care.
All right, later,
Yeah,
man.
they don't care about why the outfit, something looks the way it does. It just doesn't fit their ideal image of a woman, so they're gonna fight it.
She doesn't look like Faith from the Faith comic, so it's fat shaming. Like, oh, go fuck yourself.
But then as a bit of a bonus, they decide to once again talk shit about Fire Force.
I heard about
boy.
Oh, here we go, and we just did this on Toonami.
We literally just saw this character last night in a big moment, and yeah. Oh boy.
Oh, dear flying God in hell, I'm gonna shoot somebody and kill somebody.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
They are once again.
Also, by the way, drink for the cancer that was that article.
Yeah.
Yeah, drink.
Drink. Hold on. Since Aaron's not here, I'll get the button.
Yeah, they are once again complaining about Tamaki, specifically I think their contention is the fact that Tamaki keeps finding herself in compromising situations. Except one,
Probably
that kind of running joke has been a thing in Japan for decades.
Oh yeah.
And two, the thing. They may have a point if it was a case where say Shinra or Arthur were trying to get into her pants, but I don't think either of them could actually stand. Arthur is a fucking idiot who wouldn't be able to figure her out, and Shinra, the most charitable approach I can say is that he finds her annoying.
Yeah. Based on the last episode we just watched, abso-fucking-lutely. Like, here's the thing. We just watched the episode that aired last night on Toonami. For those, my bit of a spoiler for anyone who hasn't seen it, but it just aired, so you should have hopefully have caught up. Shinra is battling one of the members of Company 1, and oh good God, this guy went psycho. Now, throughout the fight, there was at least a couple instances where Shinra gets knocked back so hard he falls right into her. And yes, he ends up basically right in her chest. Now, here's the thing. He doesn't take advantage of that. He doesn't play it up. She calls it out, but he immediately, as soon as he realizes where he is, he immediately stands up, apologizes to her like a decent fucking human being would, and then gets right back up and gets back into the fight. He does not take the time to grope her, fondle her, do anything to her. So, and trust me, a lot of anime do actually do that. So this is actually quite rare for that.
Oh, great. I freaking like Shinra.
I think the closest thing that you could make to that typical argument was that one gag at the end of the episode, where he is just reminiscing about how it feels like he's coming back home now that he's filing reports in the Company 8 desk and dealing with everybody else's eccentricities.
Of course.
Although, and I'm being kind because, well, the lieutenant in that company is high on the list of do not piss this man off.
To say the least, yeah. But yeah, like seriously, okay, and they're not even acknowledging the other two females who each have their own eccentricities, but are also very well written characters.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So I hate this shit.
Yeah, Iris in that regard is very much the equivalent of a straight man when it comes to the whole thing.
Yeah.
And
also,
Maki,
how about Ainz from Danmachi?
Yeah, and Maki has her own quirks, namely having quite the complex about her own figure, because despite how she acts, she's a hopeless romantic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I won't give you spoilers because you saw. I think I'm one episode ahead of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
But they explain that in the sub-episode, so the next week's episode. Yeah, she's a hopeless romantic. She is a valuable asset to the team for a specific reason, but again, she's not the same type of character, albeit a trope, as anybody else in the show. They're all their own unique characters. And one thing a lot of anime, especially shonen, does well is they're self-aware, just like isekai. They embrace the tropes and use it to twist it in interesting ways. And then you take those tropes, you put them together, and see how the characters interact and let the story unfold from there. Just because something is a trope doesn't make it a bad thing. This particular character happens to be a particular trope. She's comic relief. Like, stop trying to take it so fucking seriously. She's not a comic.
And
Goku, if I were gay, I'd be kissing you right now. You took the words right out of my fucking mouth.
Judging by the second paragraph here, it seems that the author is butthurt that the character is not like Maka, because he opens up by saying, When we first meet her, her gritted determination and character design evokes creator Atsushi Okubo's Maka, the star from Soul Eater. Maka fulfilled the tomboy stereotype in a way that was surprisingly refreshing.
Oh my god, and that's the joke. That's the trope. She's trying to be fucking serious and a hard ass. And then something innocuous will happen that wouldn't normally bother someone like this, and she reverts back to fucking high school girl mode. That's the fucking comic relief. That's the whole point.
That's the joke!
Well, if you're gonna go by that route, would I would probably be similarly condemned for approving of certain running gags when it comes to the tabletop streams, like say keep it in your pants, Varric.
Yeah,
I'm okay with the running gags as long as they serve the purpose of being a gag or like the joke. Like again, One Punch Man, he's so overpowered that he's bored, so he just doesn't give a fuck. Like, that's the joke. Like, it's taking a trope and twisting it on its head to make it comedic. She's trying to be a hard ass, but she's not. And it's really easy to break that fucking character archetype and turn it into something 100% on the other end of the side of the coin.
Hey,
That's the point of her character.
Let's go one step further with this. You know, here's the sad part that these guys don't realize. The show's not over yet. They could address that. They could do something with that. They could develop that into something. Help make her stronger.
Well, and the thing is, okay, without giving spoilers, at the end of the episode you guys just watched, her faith was just completely broken. She could easily become one of the strongest characters in this show. Like, you could break the trope and now you give her the opportunity for character development, so that strong, hard-headed side of her actually comes out and she can achieve her real potential. Like, how do you guys not see this is character development? Like, the gag was a gag, but even with the gag and the trope, her character still has the ability to grow and develop as the story unfolds. Like, but you're just so fucking caught up on this one little nitpick.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's what. Oh, I hate this because up until this point, her entire character was the fact that she was obsessively devoted to this other guy, Rekka, who was one of the main guys in Company 1. And now, at the end of this last episode, she discovered that Rekka was actually creating the very things they've been fighting against. He was completely out of his fucking mind.
Mm-hmm.
And it destroyed her very existence around her. Everything she knew had just been proven to be a lie. So of course, that's gonna fuck someone up.
Amen to that.
So
and also again, it provides that opportunity, so now we can actually get to see her character grow. We've already been introduced to her. Now we get to see her character actually really flourish, and that's something I look forward to because she feels real.
Yeah. When trying to evoke similarities, once again Rukia is brought up. Although calling Rukia a damsel in distress is a massive stretch.
Oh god damn!
Yeah, I don't
know. I don't even like Bleach, and I can say that.
Hime's the damsel.
And even when it comes to that, all I have to say when it comes to someone being a damsel in distress is so. Like,
even those types of characters have their own purposes in the narrative.
I don't like the idea of saying that I can't use certain paints on a canvas.
Yeah. A quote-unquote damsel in distress character is one of two things. One, again, going back to that emotional support thing we were talking about, someone who brings the hero back down to reality and keeps them grounded, or more importantly and more often than not, is something for the hero to fight for, something for them to struggle again. You know, they have to save this person, and they're going to do everything they can and face every demon they have to in order to save that person. That is not a bad thing in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not every fucking love interest type character or emotional support character has to be fucking Taiga from Toradora.
Thank you. Though I like that series. I like Taiga, don't get me wrong. But that doesn't have to be the norm. That doesn't have to be the only way a character's written.
I like Reubens, but I'd get sick of it if I had a Reuben every day for lunch.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yep.
Variety is the spice of life, so they say.
Indeed.
Because then they bring up Asuka from Evangelion as an exception, even though
You really want to go down that road?
That's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down.
Motherfuckers.
Asuka, of all the characters you could have picked, you already mentioned Rukia a couple of times. You're not gonna bring up Inoue during the fucking Waco Mundo arc from Bleach? You're going with Asuka? Okay.
The girl who was so like insecure with herself that she was broken, like completely fucking broken.
Oh man, this
also it's a bad look to use a series that was meant to be a deconstruction, a failed deconstruction in my opinion, but a deconstruction nonetheless. But then they also go on, and this is a bit crucial because we just saw this a few weeks ago, bringing up that Captain Hibana's villain to ally shift became a mere stepping stone on Shinra's road to success.
That seems like an odd thing to bring up for this type of article, but okay, if that's the road you want to go down, it's your hill, buddy. Be my guest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then bringing up Tamaki's fall from hero to zero in 2 episodes is a botched attempt at growth. Except Tamaki was not the kind of focus that that this person wants. It was on the fact that the person that whole thing was a case of utilizing a red herring because there was one person who everybody thought was the traitor within Company 1 and was not the case. It turned out to be the enthusiastic one who was enthusiastically nuts.
Yeah, and the guy that they thought who was the emo git turned out to actually be the one that really wanted to was trying to stop this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That was the point. Again, red herring.
By the way, Benioff and Weiss, when you want to subvert expectations, this is how you do it properly.
Yeah.
But although there is one particular sentence that I want to point out when he brings up the whole battle with Rekka, that just makes me go, are you fucking stupid? When he goes, are we supposed to be turned on by the body of a battered woman?
What?
Is there
motherfucker?
What?
Is there something you're not telling me?
I know, right?
What the
There's
fuck?
nothing that I have seen that would suggest in any way that was intended to be sexual, more so metaphorical, literally breaking down of a character, both mentally and physically.
This goes back to what I said. When Shinra fell into her during that fight, yeah, she's beaten and battered, and he falls right into her chest. He doesn't do anything with it. How would we construe that as lewd in any way, shape, or form when even the main hero's like, oh, no, I'm not worried about that right now. I don't need to do that shit. I've got other things to worry about that are a lot more important.
Mm-hmm. Then they go into a bit of dissertation about ecchi, and then dive back into it, and also bring up the lovable pervert trope by bringing up Mineta,
Lovable.
Except here's which is a case of gross misunderstanding because first off, using Mineta for this kind of thing is a bad example.
Definitely.
You'd be better off using
Amen to that.
You'd be better off using the antics of Lupin the Third, even though that's still a bit of a stretch. But or somebody like Jiraiya. Except here's the thing. The reason with those sort of characters, if there is always more to them than that, it's just that they're the type of people who like keeping people off guard.
Yeah.
I remember there's a trope among comedians that comedians always have the harshest upbringing, and that's why they try the hardest to make everyone else laugh. And with a lot of cases when it comes to that sort of character, well, since I brought up Jiraiya, let's use him as an example. As we saw when they started exploring the background of Pain, he went through some shit.
Yeah.
And especially given his brief time in Hidden Rain. But in the case with Mineta, the jokes with Mineta, and the reason why his character is able to work is that everybody is onto his shit and nobody is having any of it.
Right.
Also, he's very, very good at triggering certain community managers at digital extremes. For those of you who don't know, one of the community managers there, really does not like Mineta. So Quiet Shy, who is a notorious troll in her own right, decided that she was going to have a little fun during the fan art segment of one of the dev streams. And it was either Megan or somebody else, but one of the other community managers decided to help out, and they did a husbando post of one of them got Todoroki and Megan got Mineta.
Yep.
And she had to look at the thing right in the middle of the stream.
Oh boy, I'm drinking for savagery. That's perfect. That's a great troll right there. That's grade A trolling.
Yeah. I will post the video on the matter a bit later, but it was a case of glorious trolling. Then somebody else had her wearing the hero outfit that he does. But the point is that this whole thing comes off as, once again, it is irresponsible to have a loud and vociferous opinion while remaining in ignorance. And I do find it kind of telling the examples that CBR gives in 2 articles: Bleach, Naruto, Sword Art Online, Evangelion, and Dragon Ball.
All
Sounds like
the most
someone
well-known
doesn't really
anime
watch
out there. Period.
Yeah.
If they
Sounds
even
like
took
someone's not a
5
fan.
minutes, yeah, they took even 5 minutes to dig into the wealth of anime that's out there, even the just slightly underneath in terms of popularity shows out there, they'd see that their arguments are already completely destroyed.
Oh yeah.
This is about as dumb as I saw one argument regarding Vinland Saga that was really fucking stupid the other day, which was that
Saga.
Well, you're gonna love this. Somebody was trying to make the argument that Thorfinn is too much of an emo.
Really? Really? Have you watched the show? Do you know the effort that this show takes to actually be historically accurate for the most part, at least as far as an anime goes? And also, how the effects of what Thorfinn has been through would affect him? He's not emo. He's on a boat with the people that killed his fucking father. You think he's gonna be buddy-buddy with them? He even says, "I'm not your fucking friend." Like, how daft can you be? Like,
Yeah.
Thorfinn is anything but emo. He's bloodthirsty and bent on revenge. He's not fucking sitting there writing fucking Tumblr blog.
It had to
just-
do with him
that is dumb.
with him apparently brooding too much during downtime. Except again, context is king.
Yeah.
And I don't. You already know I don't like the term realistic. I've made that very clear.
I mean, I'm using that very, very loosely, but it's the only word I can think of currently.
Yeah. But but what I you already. I'll put it like this. Shades, do you remember when I would continuously get pissed off at Biohybrid when he would bring up Critical Role?
Oh yeah.
I know I've told this story before, but I'm bringing it up as a point of comparison. I find it is extremely telling that CBR only uses those base instances, and yet somehow didn't use Gundam. Interesting. Because it ultimately shows that they are a trend chaser. They're the kind of person who would be the poster child in that commodification video that Action Points made almost about 5 years ago. Where you're and this is why I use the term on Twitter, gaming as a fashion accessory. Where you're not interested in the hobby itself, but more of the fact that by saying you're interested in the hobby, you can get in with the cool kids. That is what these writers are. They don't give a shit about anime. I seriously
clearly.
doubt they would go to any convention outside of AX, and they'd only go to AX because that's the largest one there.
Mm-hmm.
And they certainly don't give a shit about people who do cosplay. They don't give a shit about people like me who are trying very, very hard to bring Japanese tabletop to the West more. We've gotten a few, and there was that whole shitstorm with Kamigakari, which I'll have to tell that story another time once I've got all the info I need. Short version: somebody may have embezzled.
Oh.
Yeah, Leos had posted the thing on the Discord, and ultimately, we have with a lot of these people, you have a case where they only care about their popularity, and then they're the ones who complain that people like us are gatekeeping.
The only thing we're gatekeeping is from idiots like this, and it's not even gatekeeping, it's calling you out on your bullshit because we can already tell you don't really give a flying fuck about the media.
I don't mean to bring up wrestling in this, but something that I've always respected when it comes to the culture of professional wrestling is the concept of having to earn your keep. There have been plenty of stories over the years of somebody who thought they were bigger than they actually were, and ended up getting humbled by their peers. I think one of the more infamous stories is, of course, the Matt Capitelli incident.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Which did Holly go a little too far? Yeah, maybe. But Capitelli was joking around and acting like an idiot and just not taking this seriously. And you've got Holly, who I have a hard time believing has any sense of levity.
Yeah.
I mean, as what culture put it, look at his fun face. But
Real quick, before we segue out too far, I would really, really, really love to see what some of these writers for fucking Kotaku or CBR or any of these other shill fucking sites have to say about Arfrueta from Commonplace World's Strongest.
I doubt they've even seen it because they're too busy tweeting. These kind of people live and die on Twitter. If Twitter goes down for an hour, they think it's a national emergency.
Well, can you just imagine their reaction to fucking Shia? Because holy fuck, man, that is a salt mine I would love to fucking put my boots on and jump down. That would be hilarious.
Oh, I am most definitely certain on that. But that about wraps things up on this end. I did not intend for it to go as long as it did. I'm gonna need to reel in some of the derailings a little bit harder next time.
Yeah.
But as far as what's coming down the pipe, if all goes as planned, Zeitgeist should start on Wednesday. I don't think I'm gonna have eye problems like I did last week, because that was a case of eye problems and a case of seasonal whiplash. I'm probably going to stream a bit of random demo, or maybe just play through a bunch of matches of Dangerous Driving, because I recently got that. And short version on Dangerous Driving, it is the spiritual successor to Burnout that I didn't know I needed. Because realistic car racing is nice and all, but sometimes I just want dumb shit. And also you can link if you have a premium Spotify account, you can link that into it and use that for music.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Tuesday, we will have the glorious return of The Men Who Stare at Sports Ball, where we'll be doing a preview of the 2019-2020 NHL hockey season. Much like we did with the NFL season, so that'll be myself and Aaron and Maddie handling that. And of course, on Saturday, I will have a new review on Dungeon Slayers, a free RPG that was originally made in Germany. It's a beer and pretzels thing because I needed something light. So that's what's coming. That's what's coming down the pike. And as far as the next characters with character, I need a bit of a break from handling video game characters, because I've done that like 2 in a row now. So I need to do an anime character, and I know, and even though there hasn't been one requested yet that I have sufficient amount of research for, I know of who I'm going to do, and I know what system I'm going to use. And this is going to be a bit of a challenge for myself. I'm going with Edward Elric, and I'm using Anima.
Ooh.
And there will be a method to my particular madness in this. And you'll see what that is once I get to that particular thing, because I'm thinking of doing it either core only, or using the alchemy rules that somebody had put up on the old Edge Entertainment forums. But that is what's coming down the pike, and there'll probably be some more surprises along the way. So until next we meet, I want to thank you all for showing up. And the massive turnout that we had. Until next time, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.